Okay. All right, we're now recording. So I don't know if I posted this earlier. Oh, come on, don't make me log in to see this. I don't want to do that. Um, Anyways, if you have Instagram, my IT instructor, this is my lab. I have eight Raspberry Pis set up to make sure I was covered for today. So, and it just kind of goes through. I've got each of the different varieties. So the ones that I opened up yesterday, the Pi top is set up and functioning. The new one and the laptop and the seed. I've got my headless unit. I've got my access point. I've got the Pi 400 running. I actually have the Kano kit up and running, and then I have a virtual machine as well. So I just have a little deal of that. I just thought it was kind of funny that I was like, I got to make sure I'm ready to go. Yesterday I just felt like, oh, I broke it, and then it felt like downhill for a little while, but we've recovered. It works. On the Google Drive, web links. So I went out this morning, web links, and I got you web links for the Imager installation. So the instructions on how to use the Imager, and then this is an article that has a video that Raspberry Pi put together about how to use the Imager. And then this one's another guy named Dave that put together a little video about how to use it. So this is going to walk you through because I don't have that. We didn't have that content before. I just wanted you to make sure that you had the links to the installations for things we did yesterday. The headless configuration, I posted here, Pi My Life Up, and we'll go over that content in a little while. But it's real similar to the stuff that my student put together, but it's more of a formal, web page that you could probably send your students to, a little more so than the one I've put together. The other thing is that video settings that we were playing with yesterday in the config.txt file. So if you wanted to kind of pre-do your video settings, there's a link there on how to get that settings, right? So that's something we did yesterday. And then that got me thinking, that config.txt file has a ton of stuff in it. So I went and found the documentation for the config text file. So you can do a lot of configurations within that text file to configure your machine when it's headless, okay? And then the last thing, there's a link there on how to update your Raspberry Pi. We updated as part of the installation. And this morning, we're going to go in and by hand update the headless unit that we have. So we're going to do we'll do the commands based on that particular article. So the things we did yesterday afternoon, right? This set of documentation here, these links will allow you to do that. All right, so I wanted to make sure that you knew that was there. It wasn't like you didn't have to remember everything we did yesterday or go back and watch the video. You can go back and watch the video as many times as you want once we get it posted. But this will give you links to the actual instructions. That I wasn't using instructions because I was just walking you through it. But when you look at the instructions versus what we did, it's essentially the same thing. So that is in the web. That's the web links from class document. Okay. So I put all of that information there for you. Now, remember the web links from class, everybody here has the editability. You can actually edit those things. And you can add links and things like that. So as you find links that you think are valuable, right, please go ahead and share those. That just, again, collaboration is the name of the game for this particular, for any workshop that I do. So, and then I did post a little video there. That's that supplicant addendum. It was basically me redoing the WPA supplicant this morning to connect my headless unit to my regular network, right? My regular IP network, not my Raspberry Pi. So I have two wireless. I have one for the house, and I have the Raspberry Pi one that we built last week. And last evening, we got it to connect to my Raspberry Pi only after figuring out that I had mistyped the name of my access point or my SSID on my main account. So those resources are there. Okay. I saw that some folks had started putting together some little stickies about some projects that we want to kind of play with. What I would like to do here for the next couple minutes is I'm going to drop a there's a meetings. I'm going to drop another deal. So if you can get out to the Miro, right, and I usually like to do this at the end of the day so that you have it fresh in your mind. So this is going to be, and you can zoom into this, right? And I'm going to put a text up here and make it pretty big. So day one reflections. So we did this last week, and I really liked it because I was able to kind of see where people were at. So like, if you wouldn't mind, for the next, say, 5 minutes, open up Miro, come to this day one reflections, and then you can grab one of these sticky notes, or if you want to add a sticky note, there's I don't know if you guys can see the left over there, a sticky note. You have a menu, and you can just click a sticky note, and you pick a color, right? And then you can just post a sticky note. To move a sticky note, you click and drag, right? Click and hold and drag it. To edit a sticky note, you double click, and then if you want to actually create a new sticky note, if you select it, I believe, and you hit, if you it's a double click and tab. So double click and then a tab, and you'll get a new sticky note. But the idea of this is, right, just take a sticky note and write, something that you learned yesterday. If there was something surprising, right, put down what it was surprising. Right, if you had user problems, or there was something that, obviously I broke, right, so we don't need to be carry up about breaking the internet, but like, if there's something like you were struggling with, like, that would be nice to know, like, and I can figure out how to fix it. And then like, is there something I missed, right, in the process, or something more like you'd like to see more of, right? So these daily reflections help me kind of guide what we do going forward. And they're down here, like, so there's 2 different places, right? And if you can do it in this box down here, and grab some, sticky notes and drop them down in the right places, that would be helpful, to help me figure out, like, what do we need to review. I've got some things I want to review here in a minute. But I want to make sure, like, if there's issues that you're having, like you're struggling with something, then I can maybe find some resources to address those, or I can address those directly. Or if there's something that you want to see coming up, that would be helpful as well. All right. I'm going to move that off to the side. And so you can type in, and I'm not worried about, you're not worried about people seeing that is you typing or not typing. I try to do, when I do those things, I try to make them as anonymous as possible. This one has, everybody's name kind of flying around. So, but yeah, we'll give you, a couple more minutes. Just, I want to, any kind of feedback. If there's projects that you thought about that you want to try, like, just, the tabs up above, like, those are the projects, right? Just the big sticky notes by themselves. And then the format down below with the 4 boxes is more about reflecting on what we did yesterday. Maybe what you liked, what you didn't like, that kind of thing. I want to review the installation real quick. I've already reviewed the links, right? So we talked about that piece. We are going to finish up the installation of the headless system real quick. And then we want to kind of do some, kind of look at the OS this morning, right? The OS that comes on the Raspberry Pi, and look at what you can do with it, and get familiar with it. We'll look at doing a backup of the operating system. And then we're going to look at a ton of really cool resources. So I have a video queued up. It's about, I want to say it's about 11 minutes long. It's probably one of the best IoT projects that I've seen from my students. And even the video, he spent time to make sure the video was really nice. Is that something, give me a thumbs up if that's something you would be interested in watching here real quick, just to kind of see kind of a result of one of my students. So I got a couple there. Okay. All right. All right. I think we'll do that. We lost a note. Okay. Let me go find it. See if I can find it on this page over here. No worries. So were you using the notes up above or the down below? There's two different pieces of notes. There's a big pile of notebooks or notepads, and then there's the squares.
I thought I was using the ones at the top, and then I thought I dragged it down.
Okay.
And then I lost it.
Then it disappeared. Is there a topic on it? Specific?
No, I'll look. I don't know where it went to.
Because when I scroll in and scroll out on it, so I was like, oh, there they are.
Yeah, if you scroll in, it'll zoom in, right? Scroll out, it zooms out. We haven't done, I didn't send you through this. There's maybe 10 minutes worth of tutorials about how to use it, and it's really not hard, but so I see there's one that's kind of somebody started one there or started typing somewhere. I can't see if it's not a sticky. What is that? So somebody was talking about using an old net top. I'm going to drop that onto, it's not on a sticky. I'm just going to drop it onto a sticky. So what's nice about this is if you're doing a brainstorming session, and I've done brainstorming sessions with my students, I give them a notepad and they write up ideas of projects, and then they drop it up on a whiteboard, and then we rearrange them. So this is just the electronic version of that. And then the reflections, that helps guide me as the instructor as to, what something that wasn't successful, maybe I thought everything was successful. I don't think yesterday was completely successful. I mean, I had issues, but I think in the end we recovered, and we were able to get done what we were expecting to get done. So yeah, so we can do that. That'd be great. We got those going. Excellent. So let's do this. So I hope, I think I left my email on. I'm going to close my email so that we don't have it pop in. And then, so let me know. I need in the chat if somebody can let me know, or you can just, if you want to just unmic, let me know if you can hear the sound once this gets started.
Yes.
Okay. This is about 11 minutes. This is...
A quick disclaimer, I use Keurig water system and refill system interchangeably. I sort of didn't realize it until I went to turn this project in, so sorry in advance. Enjoy!
A few moments later.
You guys, this is like the 4th time this week you didn't refill the water on the coffee machine. Sorry, Mom.
The Keurig water system is an Arduino-based secondary reservoir tank for your Keurig. This system enables coffee lovers to stop worrying about who last refilled the water tank and instead lets them grab that next cup of coffee worry-free. Typical Keurig reservoir tanks require you to refill after about 3 8-ounce beverages. Based on these numbers, with the Keurig water system, you can go 1 to 2 weeks without having to worry about refilling the tank. This device is also Internet of Things enabled. Not in the kitchen to read the LCD screen to know if the tank is running low? Don't worry about it. Pull out your smartphone app and check within the Keurig water system Blink app. You'll also be notified via push notification when it's time to refill the tank. The Keurig water system is available nowhere and is a one-off for this final project. I chose this project because who forgot to refill the Keurig has been a common running theme in my household. I wanted a challenge that would incorporate many physical computing components, require a decent amount of code to function, and would address a problem I'm sure other families face in this day and age. What would become the Keurig water system checked all of these boxes. Before this class, I had limited knowledge of coding languages and had never picked up an Arduino. A semester later, and I can now speak with confidence that this is only the beginning of my IoT journey. The physical computing components for this project consist of one Arduino Uno microcontroller, one Raspberry Pi to host the local Blink server and to provide a link to the Arduino via serial connection and ultimately Wi-Fi, 3 water level sensors to provide reservoir tank water level status, one float switch to provide main tank level status to determine when to turn the pump on and off, one LCD screen to let the user know if the pump is on or not, as well as the reservoir tank level status, one push button switch to control power to the 12 volt pump and relay, one 12 volt water pump, and one 12 volt relay. I studied the test code for the water level sensors, float switch, and LCD screen that I found in the Amazon reviews for each product. I also copied the tutorials from the Blink website in order to get the API to communicate with the local installation of the Blink server on the Raspberry Pi, and the use of writing to virtual pins to display the LED status in the Keurig water system iPhone app. In the end, most of the code you see here is my own, based off of trial and error throughout this semester. I compiled and flashed my Arduino so many times I was afraid I'd break it, so I had a spare just in case, ready to take its place. I started out the code by including the libraries I would need for the Blink API, as well as LCD screen. I then moved on to identifying all the integers I would require for the computing components I plan to use, and their corresponding pins. Next, I moved on to setting up the bit of Blink code that would look for the low or high status of a particular digital pin that would then write to a virtual LED in the Blink iPhone app. You can see this in the LED widget part of the code. I then moved on to the void setup, where I initialized the serial connections between the local Blink server on the Raspberry Pi and the Arduino, as well as initialized the LCD screen and the pin modes of the primary reservoir float switch and pump relay. The void loop is where all the magic happens. I used if-else-if statements to create action based on the status of the primary reservoir float switch and the analog water level sensors in the secondary reservoir tank. If the conditions were met, the relay would turn on the pump and refill the Keurig tank until the float switches to a high state. I also programmed in a failsafe so that the pump would never turn on in the absence of water in the secondary reservoir tank. The other actions in these if-else-if statements update the LCD screen in the front of the Keurig water system, as well as send out a Blink notification when the water level is below 25%, along with writing digital output pins so that the phone app would display LEDs that would indicate water level. The Arduino and Raspberry Pi communicate over a serial connection via USB. The Raspberry Pi also provides power to the Arduino board. The Raspberry Pi hosts a local copy of the Blink server and is connected to my local area network via Wi-Fi. I start the Blink server by remotely logging into the Raspberry Pi via SSH and inputting the java-jar server-0.41.14.jar-data folder server4 command. I then move on to initiating the serial connection by running the blink-sir.sh script. As I stated before, the Raspberry Pi is connected to my local network and the internet via Wi-Fi. When I'm at home and on the same SSID, I can access the Blink app and get updates on the Keurig water system levels. I also have the option of accessing this information via a VPN session while off my home network. This is accomplished using pfSense and the OpenVPN protocol. The Keurig water system app updates the user as to when the app was last connected to the Blink server, as well as provides a visual readout of LEDs that show the water level. As the water diminishes, the LEDs turn off one by one. When the water level is below 25%, a push notification is sent to remind the user to refill the Keurig water system. The Keurig water system is meant to be put in a cabinet or other location, and not right alongside the Keurig coffee maker. However, for the sake of this presentation, I wanted both to be close to one another for ease of filming. The reservoir tank holds 4 gallons of water, and the front of the device houses the Arduino microcontroller, LCD screen, relay switch, push button, and most of the internal wiring in a protective black housing. The sensors feed into this housing and are shrink wrapped to provide protection and a uniform look. The wiring that powers the pump inside of the tank can be disconnected with ease to allow for easier cleaning, as well as so the lid can be screwed back on. Although just a prototype, the Keurig water system has a clean look, and I wouldn't be embarrassed keeping it on a counter in full view, especially given the fact that I'm going to keep working on it after this course ends to make it even better. The 12-volt relay, pump, and alternate power source for both are the new elements that we didn't really cover in this class. The relay and pump require their own power supply because the Arduino is underpowered for this task, and I also didn't want to damage it. I wired the push button to power the Arduino but not connected to the Raspberry Pi via serial, the relay, and also the pump. It took me quite a bit of time due to my inexperience with looking at wiring diagrams, but I did finally figure it out. The relay is triggered as part of the if-else-if statements in the void loop of my code. All in all, the build process wasn't too bad for this project. It definitely took me throughout this course to complete it though. I started out by surfing Amazon for products that would work for my project. I ended up getting the relay, power supply, and pump pretty early on, so I figured out how to wire them up so that they would work with a very simple code. Then I got the reservoir tank and water level sensors in the mail, so I wired those up too. I ordered a new Keurig reservoir lid and got to work installing the float switch and made my own extension for it so that the switch was deeper into the reservoir tank. Then I put 2 holes into the secondary reservoir tank lid and ran the water tubing and pump power supply wiring to it. I finally got the LCD screen in the mail and began with a simple test code to make sure I knew how to hook everything up to the Arduino. I incorporated the power button, LCD screen, float switch, relay, and pump, and tested the functionality of my code before installing everything into the black protective case. I measured and cut a hole out of the case and installed the LCD screen in it with Velcro, in the event that I wanted to use it on another project in the future. Here's a photo with all the wiring complete. It's a good thing the lid's going to stay closed. Overall, the most difficult part of this project wasn't the code or the other components. It was trying to get the ESP8266 Wi-Fi module to play nice and just plain work with my code. I eventually was able to get it to connect to my local Blink server and wireless access point at home, but it was intermittent at best. With the due date rapidly approaching, I decided to incorporate the serial connection on the Raspberry Pi instead for network connectivity. The Arduino IDE serial monitor, LEDs, test code, and voltmeter were my best friends when troubleshooting individual components on this project. I spent many hours trying to get the ESP8266 to function and utilize the serial monitor for much of the troubleshooting. I also saved many iterations of code and commented outlines until everything functioned correctly. I watched YouTube videos on concepts I needed to grasp to make my project work, and in the end subscribed to a couple different YouTubers because their content was so good. I consider the entirety of this course and my project to be a great success. I came into this project with very little information about microcontrollers or coding languages. I'm ending this semester with a real-life prototype that works as I designed it, and that feels pretty amazing. Well, other than the trouble I had with the Wi-Fi module, but that's part of the fun, right? I'm determined to figure that out in the coming weeks. The Keurig water system is an IoT-connected device that refills my Keurig reservoir so I don't have to do it as much. The LCD screen, Blink app, and push notification feature let me know when it's time to refill the secondary tank. At the end of the day, I actually created something out of nothing using information readily available on the internet for pretty much free. I think in total I spent $150 or so on parts, but I'm also able to use those parts for other projects. I've gained a great amount of respect for programmers and those who tinker with electronics. I'm excited for the next idea to hit my brain, knowing that I have most of what I'll need in a shoebox in my office. Those moments where my code worked as expected were amazing, and I learned so much by doing rather than just by reading and taking a test. In all honesty, this has been one of the most challenging and fun courses I've taken at a college level. I hope you enjoyed my video, and I'm excited to see your projects. Have a great day.
All right. What do you think of that?
Impressive.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, so that was definitely, I mean, that's one of the higher end projects. Like you know, the even the finished work, like the video and everything. Like he spent a lot of time making sure it was right. But from that same class, right, motion detection projects, RGB night lights, a couple of greenhouse monitoring systems, plant watering systems, RC cars. There was an IoT facial recognition project, which was really neat because as you approach the student's door, can tell you if it knew who you were or not. Like it knew a couple of people. So like really fun projects, and that's from the IoT course. So it gets into physical computing and things like that. But I just wanted you to see that kind of, you know, where a student can go, and that's one of those students who took the class because they were interested in kind of the idea, and then just went all out on it. Right? They went all out on that project. So totally fun stuff. Okay, so we need to get our headless system finished, right? So yesterday we installed the Raspberry Pi twice. Once, if you had a monitor, keyboard, and mouse, we installed it on a monitor, keyboard, and mouse. If you still have that, I don't know if you have multiple Pis or not. The assumption here is everybody has a single Pi. So we're going to go with that assumption, so that you should have, we should have a single Raspberry Pi that's headless now. We did the monitor, keyboard, and mouse installation. We shut down the machine. We took that SD card out. We set it aside. And then we started a new installation, which was headless. And that's where we played with the config.txt file. That's where we added the SSH file to the root directory. And we added, and we played with, you know, and failed multiple times on the WPA supplicant until we finally got it. We did get it for those that left 5:30. We finally got it done. 5:29, I think it was. And then again this morning, like I said earlier, I went back and did it again to make sure that we were comfortable. So we have the instructions. Those are on our Google Drive. At this point, though, we need to connect to our headless unit, right? So I'm going to use VNC. Actually, I have a bunch of VNCs running right now. Let me close all those down. So VNC, and then the IP address, which I've recorded the IP address from earlier, right? So 148 should be the address for this machine. So I'm logging into we also set up VNC yesterday, I think, right? So if you didn't do VNC, we need to get you set up with VNC Viewer. But we went in on the headless unit. Once we got connected, we used raspi config with SSH. I hope you guys remember that. We did raspi config, which I should probably, I'm going to get some instructions for that. Let me write that down. So I'll put instructions on our web links for VNC Viewer. And I will put in how to turn on VNC Viewer, how to turn on VNC. And then I will also try to find a tutorial that covers the raspi config, which is the text-based configuration utility for the Raspberry Pi. Okay. So this is the headless unit. So this is the one, I literally have it plugged into power and wireless. I think I left the Ethernet. Yeah, the Ethernet adapter is still there, but I'm connected with wireless, and you can see I'm connected to my house wireless, and I've got a wireless LAN configuration there. So 146. So what I want to do, because now that I know that, I'm going to unplug the Ethernet adapter, right? Because I want to be as close to a config that the kind of default config that we're doing as a group. So 172.17.69.146. That's the wireless adapter on my headless Raspberry Pi. Okay, so still the same background. And we can see up here that I no longer have an Ethernet because I've unplugged the Ethernet cable. Okay. I don't like that big like that. Let's try to make it a little bit here so hopefully you can see it. All right. So on this computer, because I don't know if when you logged into the VNC, it should have actually kind of walked you through that setup process, but I want to make sure that you know how to update the machines once you've got the machine functioning. Okay. So to do that, and that'll be the next, we'll do an instruction set on that too. How to update. Writing them down so I don't forget them. So at a command prompt at the terminal, right, you're going to type sudo, which is super user do, space apt-get, which is a packet manager that we use for Debian. And a packet manager is going to be a piece of software that will go out and with the update command here that we're going to send. If you're familiar with Windows updates, right? Normally on Windows updates, you go to the Windows updates and you click check for updates. That's exactly what we're doing with this command. We're checking for updates. Linux is going to go out and look at the list of files that are current for the operating, it's going to look at the list of files that we have as part of the operating system. It's going to look at the list and compare file versions and then tell us if we need to update any of those file versions. Okay. So the update is just going to go out and get the list. All we're doing is getting the list with the update command. Okay. The second command that we're going to use is going to be upgrade. Okay. Because we just installed this yesterday, we do have the current distribution of the software. So I'm not worried about kind of upgrading the distribution or anything like that today. What we are only worried about is there any file changes from the initial installation. Okay. So when I say upgrade, it's coming down here and telling me, right, I need need to get 162 megabytes of archives, and when we're done, there'll be an additional looks like 3 megabytes, right, of additional space used. Okay. So then in order to do that, and it actually tells you what it's going to update. So all of this FFmpg, right, these are all the different files that it's going to upgrade. Okay. So all we really need to do here is a Y, and we hit enter. And then what it's going to do now is, because it checked for the list and it checked against the files that we have, those are the files, that list of files are the files that we have, there's newer versions for, and it's going to go through and automatically connect those or update those. So while that's running in the background, I'm going to bring over a web page. If you were with me last week, I love this website. It's just so good. Pi My Life Up, right? So this is they have a ton of tutorials. I went right to this tutorial, how to update your Raspberry Pi. It has exactly what we just did. Instead of apt-get, it's just using apt, which is fine. I think either way is going to work. They also down here, instead of doing just upgrade, they have full -upgrade, and that's going to add everything and any dependencies that are needed. And usually, like if Raspberry comes out with a new version, like we're working on the 507 version, right? So the one that came out May 7th, let's say they come out with something new on July 15th, and then you're working on your computer in August. If you do a full upgrade, what it will do is it will go back to that release in the middle of July. And if there was software added to the operating system, it will add that software, right? And in all the dependencies. If you just do an upgrade in August, it will only upgrade whatever software you already have on the system. It won't actually add anything new, and it won't remove anything. Okay. So the full upgrade, we only do those after we know there's been a new release of the operating system or the distro upgrade. Okay. And then the Sudo Reboot just reboots the thing, and then we'll do an auto remove in a minute. So this is I'm going to actually just copy. This is the instructions on how to, so this is going to go into the web links. Actually, I already put it there, how to update the Raspberry Pi. So how to update the Raspberry Pi is this file here. And this is what we're doing in the background, right? So this is also now, so this is a weird thing you'll get every once in a while. Right, so this is just saying that, Adobe Flash is ended its life. You just have to hit Q to quit. On this one, it's just a warning. It's not really warning, it's more of an information, right? Right, so you have to highlight it and hit Q. So just to let you know, hey, right, Adobe's end of life. So if you have Adobe on the machine or using anything Adobe, it'll be, eventually you'll need to remove it. So let's just kind of go, I'm going to add. Quibena, you've been added to the Google Drive.
Thank you.
Yep. So on the link to those videos, I don't know if those videos are stored on Stream, Microsoft Stream, and I don't know if you need to be, I think you have to have a CNM email to get to those. I'll pull some of those videos out and share them with you guys directly. But that'll just take some time. So let me write that down too. So the project class or the IoT class, we used to have the students actually present their projects at the end of the class because we were in person. And when we went online, we actually started making them do videos, and it actually works out a whole lot better if they work on doing a video. Even if we're in person, like they have to create a video and then we watch all the videos as a group during the class. But then we have the videos, right, for these projects. Because of the presentation phone, unless I was recording, you know, and it was just whatever I was listening to, and I'm usually more interested in asking questions and stuff like that. So the videos aren't very good. We had a hot air balloon tracking system that somebody built. We had a twittering photo booth that somebody built. Like we have a bunch of really cool things that were built, but we don't have good video records of those. But so I like the idea of having the students build a video. They actually used the one video I did show you. They used a product called OpenShot, which is a free video editing software that you can use. So that worked out really well because you could see he did all the transitions and all kinds of fun over sounds and things like that, sound overs. So this is, sometimes this takes a while. This is one thing that when we're setting up these computers in class, I will show them the instructions for how to update, and I ask them to, if they're in class in person, I have them go do the updates outside of class. Because if you fire up 30 Raspberry Pis and try to do updates all at the same time, your network is going to just crawl, right? So for this workshop, I want you to see this process so you understand how long it takes in some cases. I'm running on a Raspberry Pi 4 on a wireless in network. I did switch to wireless, so not only is it also getting, connecting to the internet, it's also showing this on a VNC communicating to my computer. But it isn't doing anything with video other than sending the video here. It's not, I don't have keyboard, mouse, and monitor connected. So, but it does take a while. You can see there's a ton of stuff that it's doing. All right. But students need to be, I think it's important that you see it so you know that that is a process, and to advise that once they get the machine running, functioning, I would, during the installation, if you're in a classroom and you want to get on to the next thing and show them about the operating system, then I would have them skip the updates during the installation process and then do this tutorial at home on their own. Or at, because a lot of times if it gets started and it doesn't finish before class is done, right? You don't want to stop the install. So that's another issue too. So I like to have them do their updates at home on a normal basis, and kind of send out reminders. Hey, make sure you do your updates. That's more of a, when we want to wrap this back around the conversation, about CIS, like one of the best ways to protect from a cybersecurity standpoint is to have, is to update your operating systems, right? So this is that initial step in, making sure that our systems are as up to date as possible. So that if there's any, thing that's been fixed here because of a hot fix or a vulnerability, that's been applied and is functioning and working the way it needs to work. All right. We're unpacking the kernel, so it's taking a while. So then while we wait, let's go back to Pi My Life Up. I'm going to go back to the main page now. And I want you, part of what I want to do this morning is I want you to kind of explore this web page, right? Specifically, if you just click on the Raspberry Pi section here, right? They've got a ton of tutorials, right? There's some beginner projects, there's some web browsing project, game projects, media projects, networking projects, server projects, like physical computing projects, IoT projects. I am going to make the assumption that most of you don't have physical computing components, right? Because I think the starter kit that we talked about didn't really have, a breadboard and LEDs and other things like that. So I had thought about, hey, we should do a physical computing project, but we really can't because that wasn't in the list of things that you needed to buy. So I don't really want to leave somebody out because of that, but there's tons of other things that we can do. So I'm not overly concerned with that, but I would like you to kind of go, just kind of look at some of these things and just, for example, let's just go to networking because we did this last week, and I'm just going to scroll and you can see the ridiculous amounts of things that you can do, right? We've got, this is a DNS ad blocker. We got the firewall, asterisk, right? If you wanted to try to do voice over IP, you can actually run a voice over IP system on your Raspberry Pi, right? IPVanish is a VPN, Surfshark's a VPN, WireGuard's a VPN. You can set up proxy servers. Last week we set up Nagios, which is a network monitoring tool. I believe Tony found a better version called NEMS that we can play with. DNS, we did the DNS server setup last week. You can set up as a network scanner, another VPN, more VPNs, MAC address spoofing, right? So for those that are in cybersecurity, here's a cybersecurity thing that you can play with. I think, setting up VPNs and understanding how VPNs work is another good cybersecurity deal. We set up the Pi-hole last week. You can do an internet monitor. These are all, and these tutorials are really good actually. Wi-Fi extender, if you want to set up a captive portal, right? So if you think going to a hotel and you've got to put in your name and your room number, kind of a deal where you can actually capture information and or charge people to access the network. Tor, right? If you want to set up a Tor access point, we can do that with a Raspberry Pi as well. Set up Wi-Fi, you can set up there's tons of stuff. Like this is just, we've gone through one set of tutorials. You're just gonna go back to the basics, right? And I will also point out, this is one page of this is one website of probably 300 websites that have tutorials on them. I really like the way they've done their stuff. So there's beginner projects up here. Let's see what we've got. So right, Postgres SQL database, right? So if you're doing database class, right, you could actually set up, right, MySQL and MariaDB, and and then you can have students do that and manage those and go from there. You've got Android TV if you wanted to play with that. Bitwarden, what's that? Open source and free password manager, right? So we can set up a password manager on your Raspberry Pi. Portainer, if you want to get into doing Docker management, right? So you're going to do in container management, right? So Portainer is runnable. You can run Zoom, which I haven't tried yet, but you can run Zoom on the Raspberry Pi. Your students would be really super stoked about Teamspeak server, right? Running it, because that's a gaming communication server that they could set up and run on their Raspberry Pi. x86 software, right, which is running, you're running PC type software on the Raspberry. There's an SQL or SQLite database, which we use SQLite in, oh man, I think it's in the big data course that we use SQLite. Syslog server, rclone, which is clone files from majority of cloud providers easily. So it's like a ability to clone your files from your cloud source. A Mosquito, if you want to get into MQTT. Right? There's just a ton of stuff. Like I'm just kind of scrolling through this. Like my hope is that you see something interesting. And if you see something interesting you want to try, like drop it onto one of those upper level, onto one of the sticky notes up above, right? We're still waiting for this thing to finish. We have moved on though. It's past the kernel. That's good. And OMC, like, so if they want a media streamer, you know, students would probably be interested in QB-torrent. Kodi, Screenly, I've used Screenly before. Screenly is somebody wanted to do a digital display, a digital signage. This tutorial right here, how to set up Screenly on Raspberry Pi. You can set up Screenly. You send up a PDF or a PDF or pictures or PowerPoint, and you tell it what order and how long and how to rotate them, and it'll just constantly rotate through those pieces. If you wanted to run, say, a menu board like you would see at McDonald's or any restaurant where they, you know, fast food restaurant where you wanted to have the big TVs instead of having it all written on a board, you could use Screenly to do that as well, and just have you basically create the menu as a document and then post that document to Screenly. So that's another project that'd be really fun. Okay. So I2C, we get in these enable SPI. These are going to get physical computing components there. Back to VPNs. Pico Voice. What is that? Wake word. How to add wake and word detection to your Raspberry Pi by using Porcupine software. So that would be like, okay, Google, right? But your Raspberry Pi is listening and you can actually then communicate with it. So that would be pretty cool. Like if you want to do anything with Go, the Go compiler can be done. We've done this one in class before, running Quake 3 on a Raspberry Pi. So on my networking class, like we build the network all semester. So we work on hardcore networking and, you know, routing and firewalls and all this other stuff. And then usually we're done about 2 weeks ahead of time. And then I say, well, because we built the network, we might as well play a video game. So we'll install Quake and kill each other for a couple days, and then undo it all and tear it all apart. So have some fun with it. Bluetooth speakers, like, so I'm just scrolling through stuff using Dropbox with the Raspberry Pi. So this is going to actually set up using the Dropbox API and connecting your system to that. You can see that we just ridiculous amounts of things that you can do, right? As we scroll through. If you see something interesting, right, then make sure you highlight it in one of the tabbies so we can kind of come back and look at it. Home Assistant. I know somebody out there was a Home Assistant. I'm interested in Home Assistant, right? So I wouldn't mind spending an afternoon trying to do Home Assistant, which is a home automation management console, right? So if that's something of interest, we can do that. If you like to play with Node-RED, you can actually, or Node-RED is available and runs on the Raspberry Pi. You can install Jenkins. You can do video editing and things like that, or video compilation. We can take, we use FFmpeg for stop motion video. I have the students take like 75 pictures and then they combine them all together in a stop motion. Almost done. So we do have there's an issue here.
How long would you guesstimate that those projects would take?
It all depends on which one. Last week, I don't think we had anyone go past, what, 3 hours maybe? And that was because we took our time. One of these things, if you're going to try one in class and you have a specific amount of time in class, then I would test it like beforehand. I have a tendency to go, what do you guys want to do? Let's do it. And then we just go. And, you know, we just kind of play with it.
That's the good thing about teaching evening classes. You know, you can just do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like yesterday, you know, it's like, okay, you're welcome to leave, but I'm going to finish this because I want to get it done. I want to get to a successful point. But yeah, so any of these projects can be, depends on, you know, what the project is. And a lot of times, like, so installing Docker, I don't know if he gives us a time frame on these things or not. Yeah, he doesn't really. So that's one of those things, like, you know, you'd have to go through and look at it and see, like, right, if we haven't done this in a while, that's going to burn up, right? We're burning up 20 minutes or so right now just doing updates on this thing. This curl thing sometimes, and he'll tell you if it's going to take any kind of time, but right, so you're going to change some permissions in this. You're going to log out. You're going to set up groups. You're going to run Docker. Right? Oh, that's a real, I mean, so that one, I don't know that that would take very long at all. I think the biggest part of that one is going to be waiting for the update and waiting for this install to go, right? So curl is going to go out to this page and get the information, and then it's going to run a shell, or it's going to run a script that probably does the installation. And then you're going to modify some usernames, and then you're going to run Docker. And at that point, you're just running, there's a Docker container called Hello World, and this is what it produces. It's a really straightforward one. From that point forward, right, unless you understand containers, then it's like, then you'd have to kind of dig into containers. So you could take this and we're going to set it up and get this functioning, and then we're going to go grab some other containers and maybe run like an SQLite container, and then connect to that database from another computer so that people understand how that works. So yeah, but there's a ton of really good projects like this. And again, this is only scratching the surface, right? Barely scratching the surface. But one thing that you'll see as we do some of the Pi Maya Life Up tutorials this week, these tutorials are really good, right? They're written well. They, you know, the commands are, there's very few times there's only one time last week where we had a confusion about how the commands worked. But most of the time they work really well. I do have, and the other thing about these, guides, unless you're getting into the electronics one, most of these are going to be things that you can do on a Pi without having components. Like, you don't need extra components to run most of these. These are all kind of OS related, right? Linux related, but running on the Raspberry Pi, right? So they get into this, this mode of working with and understanding Linux. Is my thing done yet? I'm trying to, we're just still going. Yeah, so, okay. So there's a question about setting up, or should we set up a static IP address, right? Especially like if you get one that's rotating, right? So I think that's what's going on right now. So if you get it, like on my network, mine aren't going to rotate. But if you are getting ones that rotate, if you can connect to your VNC, if you can get there connected to it one time, right? And no matter how you're connecting, Ethernet or wireless, up here on it's going to be either this wireless if you're connected to wireless, or it's going to be two arrows, right? An up and down arrow. If you click with I think it's the right mouse. Nope. Yeah, it is the right mouse. So the right mouse. Okay. And then the very top setting here, wireless and wired network settings. If you want to set a static, right? So this is the graphical way to set a static. What I have found with this is that you set it and then restart the machine, and then it should stick at that point. Like, I've had issues with this. But let me give this whole process over. I'm going to go to the network icon across the top menu bar. I'm going to right mouse click. I'm going to go to wireless and wired network settings. And on the configure interfaces, I'm going to choose the ETH0, which is my Ethernet 0 if I'm on wireless, and I'm going to choose WLAN 0 if I'm on wired Ethernet, wireless WLAN. So in this case, Ethernet. And then if you type in the IP address here and you type in the router, you can type in your DNS servers if you want. And when you click apply and close, then I would restart and it should stick. Those should stick and be your IP addresses going forward. And I say should because I've seen it not. So it was, which doesn't make any sense to me. It should, like if you make these configuration changes there, it should make the changes. There is, so on Pi My Life Up, if you type in static IP address or just static IP, I think you will get a, so how to set up a Raspberry Pi static IP address. And this is going to walk you through there's a config file that you can actually walk through, this resolve file, and then the Dhcpd file, .conf file, and then it gives you the instructions on how to do that. So I'll put this link. If you need to set a static, I think doing the config files would be most likely the best way to go about it. So I'm going to put that in the notes. Okay, so if you're worried about doing a static IP address, or you want to do a static IP address instead of using DHCP, so you know you always have the file, then I would run through this set of instructions, right? It's just going to have you go out and look it up, what it is. It should give you some information. This is a results. This is an example of the results, and then you're going to sudo nano etc resolve, which is, we haven't done any kind of nano work on the Raspberry, but that's basically a text editor, and that's where you're going to set your name servers, and then you go to dhcpd.conf, and that's where you're going to set your interfaces. So I think I could probably show you. We can go look at both of those and see if see what they look like on this machine here once this is done. Oh, I'm done. Cool. All right. So right here I've got finished finally. The other thing that you could think about doing is, I'm going to go back to the set of instructions, not this set of instructions. So we're using the how to update your Raspberry Pi instructions. And after you've done the upgrade, they have this Sudo Apt auto remove, right? So if you need to remove, if there's anything in there that needs to be removed, we can clean this up with sudo apt auto remove. And I don't remember seeing anything that said it needed to, but I just want to double check and see if there's anything. So there is a little bit. It's going to remove Python color 0, which we don't need any longer. It's part of another package now. Okay, and then the last thing that you would do is what's called, it's Sudo Apt Clean. And what that's going to do is all the updates, like all the list of updates that you just downloaded a minute ago, it's just going to clean all that up. Okay. So at that point on this Raspberry Pi, following the instructions from Pi My Life Up, we did an update. We updated we did update, upgrade. We updated all of the files that needed to be updated on our operating system. I did an auto remove, which removes any files that are no longer needed. And then we did a clean, which wipes out the list of updated files so that we get a clean list the next time we try to do this. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a Sudo Reboot so that we start with a fresh, clean boot. This will reconnect when it's ready to go. Okay. So that instructions for the updating is in our web links file on the Google Drive. And I just put a copy of this link into the chat, right? So the update, how to update your Raspberry Pi is there. The other thing that we looked at is how to set up a static IP address, right? So if you wanted to go through that process, and I think I'm going to go ahead and go through that process, I'm going to put that in the documents real quick. How to set a static IP address. All right, so that's also in that document. So put this document on the side, put this over here. We're waiting for this to reconnect. So it'll take a little while. All right, so it's back, right? So, right, I rebooted that machine. I'm still connected to my main network. And now what I want to do is I want to look at setting an address statically, okay? So I know that we're going to go to terminal for this command here. So if we run the command IPR and we pipe that to grep and default, it's going to give us from our router, right? WLAN, we're using DHCP, right? And then this is the IP address that we're using. Okay, so that's the information that we're trying to grab from this. The resolve is going to be, we want to point our computer to the router, right? That was the one piece that we're trying to get out of this command up here. There's actually two pieces, but in order to do that, we need to edit. So sudo nano. So nano is, like I said, a text editor. And we're going to edit the etc file, etc resolve file .conf, right? So at this point, what we want to look at is, this is the name server. So what it's already actually listed this way, right? The name server. Okay. This right here is his name server, right? This right here is my name server from, my name server from the listing that we did earlier. Okay. Fair enough. So on that one, we don't need to make any changes. So Control X would actually just exit out because there's no changes that need to be made. And the address that we're using is, this is my default where I got this information from. Okay. So the next piece of this puzzle, right? We've retrieved our router IP address and the name server IP address, right? We must modify the DHCPD comp file. So this comp file, which is sudo, I need to click back over here. Sudo nano. So again, we're doing the editor /etc /dhcpcd.conf. Okay. So this file is like where we can put configuration items, right? So information, it's just kind of going through. We're not going to mess with any of this other stuff up above. We are going to look down here though and look at the, so I am only connected, if we go look at this, I'm only connected wirelessly. Okay. So I'm on a wireless network. I'm not connected to Ethernet. If you're connected to Ethernet, then you do the Ethernet. If you're connected to wireless, then we're going to set up wireless. Okay. They give you an example here, example static IP configuration. Okay. And over here in the instructions, it also gives you what we need to put in there. Interface, static IP, routers, domain name server. Okay.
Okay, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I'm going back. I'm still on step 1 where it says default via. I'm getting a default is not a command.
This is the results. This right here gives you this.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we don't type that in. We type in.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah, so once you have these results, this is the number that you want from those results.
Got it.
Whatever number is here, the VIA number, and that's going to be the number that you put here in the resolve.
Perfect, thanks.
Uh-huh. So I'll pause right here and wait until you get there. And it may already be there because of the setting, the way the settings are stored.
Gary, while we're waiting, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, how would you go about walking through an entire classroom full of folks up with setting these up headless. I mean, I'm doing it just fine here, but by myself. But if I got a classroom full of, say, well, I don't know, let's say 15 people, and we're all trying to, do this all across the same net, how are we going to distinguish and determine? What are your tips for that?
So, if I'm in a classroom, we don't do headless because I have monitors, keyboards, and mice available. Now, once they've gone in and configured it, and we have them change the host name to something unique that's just theirs, they can run headless from that point forward.
I just thought it was a great activity because it uses so many of the different things that we teach and that they learn about, and it's like, well, why is that important? Well, here's why it's important.
Right. And in that case, like the headless setup is great if you are doing this online, right? And they're at home, right? Because if they're at home and they have this set up, then they'd have to, they would be on their own. The only other way that I could see if you were going to do this headless in the classroom is they would need to, man, how would we do that? I don't know. I would say, you'd have to, that would be super complicated to set up VLANs where you're, the desktop and the Raspberry are on the same network kind of thing. That would be painful.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think like, how do you separate them out, right? So I'm like, you could technically have, VLANs, and this desktop is also connected to port 24 in the back, right? So you plug in the port 24, and then those two are on the same VLAN. That would work. So here's another.
Is there any way to determine the MAC address of these out of the box without plugging them in?
Not that I'm aware of. They don't have it screened on.
No.
Kerry, I think the other way it is if you use an adapter and plug it in directly on your Ethernet port.
I was about to go there because you brought it up last week, right?
Yeah, I think you can do it that way because you are in your isolated network.
So
your Pi.
Would you mind finding those instructions again? I know you have them pretty close.
Let me look for it and I'll post it. Yeah.
So what Tony's is talking about is you can, in Windows, you can share your internet connection or your Ethernet connection. Like, so I can plug in a Raspberry Pi to my, say, laptop, and I can share that connection. And if I have wireless available, then I can actually get to the internet. If I don't have wireless available, I would still be able to create a subnet that doesn't have 65,000, right? It's not using a PIPA. When I create the shared network in Windows, it's reducing my numbers down to 254, and then I can do the whole ping .local thing just on my computer and the connected Raspberry, right? But I would need, at that point, I would need to disconnect the computer from the internet if I don't have both wireless and wired, or if I don't have two wired, right? So now, that being said, I don't know if I think I mentioned it yesterday, but these little USB to Ethernet adapters, right? Like, if you have that, you wouldn't have to disconnect your desktop, computers from the network. You could actually plug this into a USB, plug an Ethernet cable into the bottom of this, and then connect your Raspberry to this, share that connection, and then do everything we've done on this connection on a completely different subnet, right? Just connected locally. So you'd still need this adapter. And this one's from Inland. This is the Micro Center brand, and I think I have another one somewhere. Actually, I think it's connected to my desktop. So one of those would be, I think that would be a really good option for that scenario, right? Did that, for everybody else, did that scenario make sense? The idea, what we're talking about, I'm going to turn on my overhead. So kind of the question is, can we do, can you do a headless setup in a classroom?
Yeah, basically without, I mean, that's actually basically doing it without even doing it over wireless. You're just sharing the connection, right?
An Ethernet connection. So what yeah, so what we're doing, so we're going to do a little bit of whiteboard action, right?
I just posted the link and actually explains what you're asking, Joe. There is some instructions in that. So like a tutorial in there, and you can use your PC or your laptop directly connected using Ethernet, just an Ethernet cable, and just share the connection of your laptop through the Pi. No keyboard, no monitor, and you can just do SSH or DNC to remote desktop. So it's actually a good idea if you're like I've used that even if you go to like I don't know, to a conference and you only have your laptop and you can use your Pi.
So the setup looks like that. And if you turn on in Windows, if you turn on, there's a sharing that you can turn on within Windows. If you turn on Windows, it automatically will do like a 192.168 network, right? So if you turn on sharing, you get a 192 network, okay? If you don't turn on sharing, so no sharing, you get a PIPA, right? And good luck finding this, because 65,000 pings later, right, it may find that address, it may not find that address. And what I mean by the sharing feature is you go to, oops, not there. Ugh. Ethernet.
Yeah, they moved it. I hate them.
Oh, that's over here now. Change adapter options. Right, so go to properties, and there should be a sharing tab, right? And you can right here allow other on the network to connect through this internet connection. So if you click on that, it will actually generate, like it creates its own little subnet with a much more contained IP space. So that kind of setup, and I think the instructions that Tony sent, which are in the link there, kind of walk you through that process. But you essentially end up with a network like this, and the students on a desktop PC in the classroom can connect their Raspberry Pi, right? They still need to have that Ethernet, you know, you'll need to have one of these adapters, right? Which is the Ethernet adapter. It's kind of hard to see that, but that's a USB to Ethernet adapter right here. And then just wire to the Raspberry, and then you have the headless setup that we've been working on.
Yeah, and then everything else from there, once you get the actual physical component, everything else is the same, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tony. Are you going to post that to the to our?
It's in the chat. Yeah, it's in the chat now, so we can move it over to the Google Drive as well. But yeah, so that's
yeah, it is in the chat. Yeah.
So that would be a way to do that. Like I think that's a really good. I really want to, like that Ethernet adapter. I think by having that Ethernet adapter, you fix a lot of like issues trying to connect to it, right? Even last week, I'm like, that needs to be part of you need a kit and you need one of these Ethernet adapters. So we always know that we have an Ethernet connection that we can connect to, right? And we're not playing around with, you know, how does your network work? How does my network work? That kind of thing. So yeah, so that was good. Good question. All right, so I'm assuming that we have gotten to the step where we have to edit the Dhcpd CONF file. Okay, and at this point, what we're doing is we need to, if I'm not mistaken, the example that we're working on is an Ethernet. We need to set up Ethernet, right? So, and we want the Ethernet to have a static IP address. Like we don't want it to be randomly assigned to us. Okay. So what we have over here, I think this is kind of interesting. Well, I don't want to do this one, but there's a fallback, right? So that's that where you go into the, if you're running DHCP, right, you can have an alternate IP address in Windows. So on Linux, you can do that as well, but we're not going to do that one. What we're going to do is mine has this example static IP configuration. Okay. What we want is we want to, you have to up and down arrow on this now. I'm going to get rid of the hashtags, which are commenting out all of this information. And then I need to change the information to match my network. Okay. So I need to match my network. So in my case, right, 172.17.69 dot, and I'm going to do like, I don't know, 220. I'm not going to plug in, I will plug in my Ethernet to make sure that functions, but then I'm going to unplug it after that. Okay. I'm going to comment out the IP6. I'm not worried about IP6. The router for me, right, 172.17.69.69. Right, and then the domain name servers for me, 172.17.69.69. And then I will do a backup of 8.8.8.8. Okay, so I'm going to leave those there. And then I'm not going to put in a IP version 6 version of this. Okay. So that's what this instruction right here says. What interface are we using? ETH0. Okay. What's my static IP address? It's whatever my static IP address is. I'm using a /24 network. If you have something other than /24, obviously you would have to, again, we can talk about that. We can talk about subnetting at this point, how your network is configured. You have to have your router, which is this here, static routers. Okay. And then static domain _name _servers. And I've got my my in-house and my internet one. Okay. So those two pieces are these pieces here in the etc/dhcpcd.conf file will set my static addresses. Okay. The way I save this is I'm going to do Control X to exit. Oops, I need to click here. Control X to exit. I need to hit a Y to save it back to the original file. And then I hit enter, which is the name on the name of the file. Right? And it should exit out of the system. Okay. So Control X, a Y to save it, enter to replace the file that I started with, to set my static IP address. And then I'm going to do a sudo reboot. Okay. I want this to reboot and come back. I'm also at the same time, I'm going to plug in the Ethernet so that it actually gets that address assigned to it and to see that it functions properly. Okay. So as that goes, I'm plugging in the Ethernet to that Raspberry Pi. So these instructions have been put in our web links. So they're all part of the setup, right? So the setup includes how to do the imager, how to configure your machine for headless boot, how to do updates on the machine, how to set the static IP address. The WPA supplicant information is in the headless configuration. So everything we've done so far, all of those instructions are in that first section, the first half page of the web links in the Google Documents. Okay. Are there anything else at this point setup related? I'm going to go over a couple more things, but at this point, I'm hoping everybody in the class has a Raspberry Pi set up, right? Has done the updates. If you were running headless, you were able to get WPA supplicant working. I think I saw a couple people having problems with that. I did do a video earlier to show that just that one process and how to get it to function properly. We've done updates, we've done static IPs. So now what I'm hoping to see here is I should see my static IP that I set, 69.220. So I did set the static IP address right there. I can verify, right, using the CMD. I'm going to go to command. I'm going to ping 172.17.69.220, and I'm getting a response back from 220. All right. Yes, no, maybe so. So far, okay, we're good. Okay. All right. So my hope is at this point, you and I'm assuming everybody installed VNC Viewer yesterday as part of our work yesterday, right? If you didn't install VNC Viewer and you can't log in VNC, you need to go to window or to browser, search VNC Viewer.
Always a great day. Number two, we're out in the garden. Always a great day.
And I've searched VNC Viewer. You're going to download VNC Viewer here from Real VNC. Right? And then this is the it shows that I'm using Windows. I'm going to download the viewer. I've already done that. It downloads, you install it, and then when you launch it, right here, you just type in the password or the IP address of the machine you're trying to connect to. To double check to make sure, right? I'm going to change and use the Ethernet adapter here on my computer that I just set up, right? So I'm just double checking that I can actually log into my headless machine through my Ethernet adapter using the static IP address that we just set on the machine. All right.
Carrie, I'm having some firewall issues getting the VNC viewer. Would you please put that in the class folder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No worries. All right, so we need some downloads. Oh, I don't want to run it, just find it. And class folder is here. And all right, it's on its way.
Thank you.
Not very big, so it shouldn't take very long. Less than a minute left. You'll be good. Okay, it's there. Okay, go ahead.
A question with VNC. So I used to have static IP address in my office to run the servers and Pis and things like that. But the institution I have locks everything down now. I mean, it's incredibly dysfunctional to the point where I have been told, go get an account offsite. So I actually took the server offsite. But my question is there a way that I mean, other than dynamic DNS, is there any other way that you can think of that we could be running this like in our lab or offices and be able to access it remotely? Like, how would our students do that remotely instead of being there?
If you're gonna, yeah, you would have to do dynamic if you're leaving them at the school.
Okay.
And there is instructions on how to do that on the Pi My Life Up website, the dynamic DNS.
Yep.
That kind of gets one of my pet peeves about IT departments, especially in schools. I understand the idea that you need to connect things, but if you're impeding the ability to learn, then you actually are doing the exact opposite of what you're here for. But that's not a problem we can solve today. So dynamic DNS is what we've done, or what needed to be done. So
you can also put as long as it works, you can always put an AnyDesk on it. I mean, I had my student start from AnyDesk. It's actually a backdoor. AnyDesk is free. You're talking about them remoting into it from home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's AnyDesk. That's what I do. Put AnyDesk on it. And the site that Carrie is sharing with us, my IT instructor, it shows you how to put AnyDesk on it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So Pi My Life Up, I believe they have that. So AnyDesk.
Bro, that's it right there, right in front of you. Yep.
Right here, this one.
Yeah.
So that, and then the other one to look for is dynamic DNS. I believe they have another tutorial. So port forwarding and dynamic DNS. So they have a couple different tutorials on how to set that up. So yeah, there's lots of I just, yeah, I really, they've done a really good job. I really like what they've done. So
the DDNS one, when you do it, what will happen is that, so I did something similar. I'm sitting there 3 days, and then IT sends me an email saying, hey, we just blocked this domain name because
oh, nice. Okay, so that may be.
Yep, but the AnyDex, that one is a regular HTTPS port, SSL, TLS.
Oh,
they don't.
So they can't figure out how to. They wouldn't be able to block it actually.
Exactly, they won't be able to.
So AnyDesk sounds like the right solution. That sounds really good. Cool. All right. So we've finally got the installation. Awesome. Updated, we're remotely connected. I'm hoping that if you did attempt to do this headless, that you were able to successfully complete it headlessly. Took me a while to get it right too. So, but we got a machine up and running. This is the operating system, right? It's a, in this case, it's a GUI. Up here on the right, you've got your clock, you've got, your sound controls, your network. If you have Bluetooth, and VNC will show up if you have turned on VNC. On the left here, you've got your command line or terminal, you've got your file manager, and you've got an internet connection, right? Which is a Chromium browser, okay? The default settings for this, they got a ton of stuff on this. The Raspberry Pi comes with all of these fun things, right? So if you want to teach programming, okay, BlueJ and Greenfoot or Java, right? Genie can do like 3 or 4 different things, right? You can do Mathematica. Moo is it's a tiny version of Python. It's meant for beginners. Most of the instructions out there today are using Thonny IDE or Moo. Are going to be the two, like most of the, when you look up tutorials and stuff, those are usually going to be the normal ones. If you like Node-RED and want to show Node-RED, you can teach Node-RED on this machine. If you're in a younger crowd, then Scratch is always really good. If you have students that are interested in music, right? Sonic Pi is essentially programming music, right? You actually, you set up the beats, and you can set up the chorus, the chorus and the bridges and all that kind of stuff, and you can create music with the Sonic Pi. In fact, the individual who created Sonic Pi actually uses Sonic Pi to do like house DJ work at night. He's actually a PhD holding, individual, and he built this Sonic Pi to teach, to combine his, music and programming skills. So pretty cool stuff. And then if you're familiar with Wolfram, so Wolfram and Mathematica, you can actually do lots of things like that as well. When I started playing with Raspberry Pi, Idle, which is the default Python IDE, is the IDE that I used to use and I use a lot. So if you want to put Idle on the machine, if you're familiar with that, or if any other IDE, right, that has a Linux package, you can do that. It's simply a sudo apt get update, right? Because I remember I cleaned my list earlier. And then I'm going to install Idle. So I want to do sudo apt get install Idle, IDLE. Okay. I think it may give me a Y. I have to do a Y. I could have put a -Y, I believe, and it would have just answered yes. Yeah, so Y. And I'm going to let that run in the background. It's not important right this second. Under education, they just have this Smart Sim software, digital logic design, which I haven't really played with, right? If you get into want to do electronics, things like that, that may be something that you would be interested in doing. The Raspberry Pi comes with Libre Office. Okay, so technically a student with a Raspberry Pi has a fully functional desktop computer that they can do all of their homework on. They can use these to do their homework. In fact, I have my students, when they take screenshots and things like that, I have them open up LibreOffice Writer, put the screenshots into a document, title each of them, and then save it as a PDF, and then submit the PDF as their homework, right? So they don't even have to move the files to other places. They can do everything right here on the machine. So fully functional there. You have the internet, right? Which in this case, I don't know that it's got where did it go? There it goes. Web browser, Cloud Mail, and VNC Viewer. When you install VNC Viewer, it goes there. There are some controls for sound and audio. I believe VLC Viewer or VLC Media Player is on the machine, so they can watch, you know, and in fact, I think the internet, the Chromium browser, it has all the YouTube plugins, so they can watch YouTube and things like that off of the web, off of the Raspberry as well. So VLC Player. If you want to play with graphics, right now there's only Image Viewer there, so if you have pictures and you need to see them, this is it. But you could install other graphics packages on there. They'll always find the games, right? Minecraft Pi is here. It's the educational side of it, right? It's designed really to help you teach Python programming. So if you want to get into Python programming and you're in the age group where Minecraft is the interest, then that's a really good way to do it. Okay, so lots of things. There's games to play and all kinds of fun stuff. I think they used to be in that Python games there. You used to be able to play Pac-Man in there. Then you have your typical accessories that you would find on any normal computer, right? An archiver, which is a zip file, you know, zipper, calculator, file manager, PDF viewer, the diagnostics. We ran a diagnostics yesterday on one of my machines, and the SD card failed, right? It wasn't reading fast enough or writing fast enough. SD card copier, we'll cover that in a couple minutes. You have your typical task manager, which you would have on most of the machines as well, the text editor, right? So like all the tools that you would have available to you on a default Windows installation or a default Mac installation, all of those tools are here, right? So I think what you'll see is a lot of students, when they, you know, the Raspberry Pi, they don't understand that it's actually, I mean, it's a fully functional desktop capable computer, especially the Raspberry Pi 4 version. You know, they're not gonna be able to play, you know, Call of Duty or anything like that on it, but it'll do everything else. Like it'll do all your normal schoolwork kind of things and that kind of stuff, right? There is some help. So there's, you know, out to your references and things like that, which is going to be just like any other function on a regular computer. We do have add remove software, and we can jump in that in a minute, but in appearance settings, which are, you know, you're going to configure what it looks like. You can also right mouse click on the desktop to get to appearance settings as well. Keyboard and mouse settings, you can edit the main menu. If you have to set up printers, right, there's print settings. Raspberry Pi config, we've gone into that already once. And then you can also edit your screen configuration as well. And typically, right, that's going to be if you're running dual monitors, right, off of the Raspberry Pi 4. Okay. So just kind of the idea of this is, you know, not really to teach you anything, but just to show you that, right, it's a normal computer and students should be able to work around through the menu system to find whatever it is they need to be able to do. Okay. The Raspberry Pi configuration utility, which is, this is the same thing as Raspi config in the text version on the SSH that we did. And you can pick, this is where we would have them change their host name, right, to something else. They can set up display information, interfaces. And anytime we do a project where we need to change interfaces, that's part of the project. They can set up their performance and localization. I think we've kind of looked at those yesterday. The add remove, there's two other things in here that are about software. The recommended software, which I think takes a little while to get loaded up. While that's loading up though, I do want to go point out that I now have idle. Right, so I did that installation and idle is now here, okay? This recommended software, if you remember the other day when we were setting up, yesterday when we set up the Raspberry Pi, we chose the full version, right? Not the full version with recommended software. But if you're missing any of those default things that that Raspberry Pi should have in the operating system, you can come to recommended software and you could add those things. So if you want to, like in this case, I think I have everything installed except for the like Orca, which is a screen reader, and the magnifier, right? There's a couple of things, but you can see all of them are already installed. I don't know if you guys anybody teach code and use Visual Studio? Visual Studio Code now is available. It's a code editor on Raspberry Pi. So you could actually, just click on that and install it. You hit apply and installs the package. Right. So that's nice. So there's some default things that they have here that you can install. Okay. We're going to let that go and we're going to go look at something else. We're going to go look at preferences, add remove software, right? And we'll see what's different here. So if you are familiar with Linux, right? I guess even if you're not familiar with Linux, this is pretty nice. If you were familiar with Linux and you look on the left, you can see like you can change out the desktop, right? There's all kinds of tools and utilities and things that you can install from this menu. We get into graphics. Like if you wanted to install GIMP, you could install GIMP and actually do modification of photographs, right? I'm just waiting for the list to populate, but it's a ridiculously long list.
Terry,
yes.
The other thing that is actually nice, you can actually use an Arduino and program the Arduino from the Raspberry Pi, and that's actually pretty cool too. You don't need to use a PC.
So I'm going to go back to my command line. And in order to do that, sudo apt install Arduino. Okay. So what he's talking about, if you want to have your students connect with and work with Arduino, I should have probably done apt-get, it should work. You can install the Arduino IDE on the Raspberry Pi, connect the Arduino to the Raspberry Pi via USB, and program the Arduino from the Raspberry Pi. If you have microbits or you have access to microbits and you want to program microbits, right? Moo is the program that we use to program microbits. So you can plug in the microbit to the Raspberry Pi. What happened there? Oh, it's locked because I have this running in the background. So I've locked up the file that I need to install stuff. And I think that's what's going on here. It's installing, so it wouldn't let me do the install. So I'm putting Visual Code Studio on this particular device just so that it's there. And then I can put Arduino on and I can connect to the Arduino. If I have microbits and I want to program microbits, I can also connect those to the Raspberry Pi and program those. So with the Raspberry Pi, I can do all of those things. I can do Office, and I can do, you'll see here in a second, if we ever get these lists up and running, I can do a bunch of things. I don't have to be, I'm not limited to, a smaller set of stuff. It's pretty much a fully, a functional PC. Okay. Excellent. We'll wait for the Visual Studio to finish. Installation complete. Good. So I'm going to close down the recommended software. And then if I were just to click on accessories, and this is where you got to kind of have to know what you're doing, right? But you can add in, like, there's a ton of software here that is available to install, right? Right. Just, it's a ridiculous, that's just accessories. Like if I go down to, say publishing, right? There's again, these are again, if you're familiar with the with Linux and programs that run on Linux, you most likely will be able to find the files that you're looking for. I don't have any clue on half of these things. I just pointing them out. There's all kinds, as soon as your students find the games here, right, there's real-time strategies, there's all kinds of stuff that's fun to play with in there. On the internet side of the house, there's a bunch of extra kind of tools that you can do, right? Personal address managers, right? So these are all kind of open source programs. If you pick one of them, then you can install it, and then if you know what you're doing with it, I'm not going to do any of them because I'm, without testing them, it seems silly, or without knowing what's going on. From an admin tool standpoint, though, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I thought this had, or is it somewhere else? So electronics, science, documentation. I'm looking for 389, right?
It's in under programming.
Which one is?
The 389 stuff.
389's under programming?
Yep, I saw a lot of server management stuff. I was even amazed. Server administration, directory service, it's a lot.
Yeah, so 389, like, so 389 is a, if you wanted to, like in this, again, I'm thinking, like, can I do this in a class? Like, this would be a server class type of a project. You're going to set up a directory service on the Raspberry Pi, right? And you can set up management consoles and be able to connect to it, and right. And then what would be really cool is to have a Linux directory service, right? Run an LDAP and have that connected to an Active Directory on a Windows server, right? And have them communicate as a realm with a realm trust, right? That's, you know, that's my higher level class, but that would be an example where I could use a Raspberry Pi in a Windows course and have it make sense, like have it make sense what we're doing with this project, right? We're going to create these, we have two different directories. We're going to merge companies. One has one is the other. We're going to merge them together. We're going to connect them. We're going to trust back and forth, and we're going to use, you know, services from each of the networks using this. So just as an example of things that you could do. And I do that because I'm a sysadmin instructor. But yeah, so that's just ideas, right? There's thoughts, like there's so many things that you can install and play around with and try. All kinds of desktop things. They can customize their network. If you're going to have them do any of those things, I would definitely want to test it out beforehand, any of these things, because they're not, they are normal Linux things, right? But they're not normal Raspberry things. So, all right. That last thing that we needed to, that I wanted to hit real fast is sudo apt-get install Arduino, right? So I like to, you know, because we use Arduinos in the classroom. So you could technically have them set up their Raspberry Pi, and then everything they do going forward is from the Raspberry Pi. And we can, you know, so we'll do the installation of the Raspberry before we do the Arduino projects, and then we do all the Arduino projects from the Raspberry. Just and more or less to prove a point than anything else. I mean, it's not necessary to do it that way, but I like the fact that you can do it that way. And this, when this is done, then we'll actually end up here in education and in programming. We'll have an Arduino icon to run the Arduino IDE in order to do physical computing with this network.
What's that command again?
Sudo apt-get apt-get install Arduino.
Install Arduino, got it.
Sudo, I'm going to put it in the, so if you know the name of the package, right? The sudo apt-get space install, and then space whatever the name of the package is. Whoops, I sent that to Joanne directly. Ignore that, Joanne. All right. So once this one is done, we'll have one other task that we want to show you how to do. If you have an extra SD card on you, then you need you would need an extra SD card, and you would need a your card reader in order to create a cloned backup of your operating system. Okay. Again, another system admin task that I really want the students to have on lock on the very beginning. Okay. Because inevitably, especially if you have them opening cases and doing physical computing stuff like that, inevitably you will have a student, at least one student every semester will break their SD card, right? And as soon as you break an SD card, everything that was on that SD card is no longer really available at all. And so if they had homework on there or their projects on there that they're working on, all of that goes away. So what we want them to be aware of and understand is how to run a backup. Okay. The quickest and easiest way to run a backup on a Raspberry Pi from the graphical user interface is to go to the menu, to go to accessories, and on accessories, you'll see this thing called SD card copier. Okay. I'm going to get it set up and then we'll wait for Arduino to finish and then we'll run it. But it's back here behind the Arduino. So here's the SD card copier. Right. So I haven't plugged in my SD card reader yet. I'm going to select the whatever device is here. So this is the /dev, right? So this is my Linux partition that has the operating system on it, okay, on my Raspberry. And then I'm going to plug in my SD card reader, right? And it should recognize, right? So it recognizes it. I'm going to go ahead and just close this media. So I know that I'm going to go from dev to my transcend, okay? And I really want to, okay, this is done. So Arduino's done. So I should have Arduino right there, Arduino IDE. It also should, oh, it usually shows up in education, but it's on the programming side of the house, IDE right up here, okay? Now, the SD card copier, this is how we're gonna make a backup copy. So what's gonna happen is I'm telling it, take the root directory and make a copy onto this external SD card, okay? When I click start, it will make a copy, an exact copy, meaning if I shut down when I'm done with the backup and I turned off the Raspberry Pi and I unplugged the SD card from the Raspberry Pi and I plugged in the new SD card out of the card reader and rebooted, I would have exactly the same operating system that I just had. Like I'm making an exact copy of this operating system. So if you are, and what I've done in the past when I prepare for workshops, right? And I use the Pi top seeds in my workshops. I would bring home a set of 4 Raspberry Pi seeds and I would set up one machine. I would install all the software that I wanted, like I just did, Arduino, Visual, Idle, right? If I had any other, if I wanted to have some pre-done files on the computer, I'd put them in the folders that they need to be in, right? I would do any updates, anything like that that I wanted to make happen. I would do all of those configurations on a single computer, okay? Then I would use SD card copier to copy that computer onto that SD card onto a new SD card, right? And because I would have 4 of these set up on the dining room table, basically. So I set them up on the dining room table. I would start with one computer, configure it exactly, copy that computer, put the SD card into the second computer, and then I would copy both of those computers. And then I would put those 2 SD cards in the other 2, and then I would copy all 4 of those computers. And then I would then start saving SD cards, right? So if I need 15 of them, I'd have to do this process 4 times and then I would be done, right? So 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4, 4, 4, I'm finished, right? I'd have 16 cards at that point in time. And when I do it, I'm usually watching a ball game or a hockey game or something. I just come during intermission or come in between innings and click next, 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 right? And take the cards out and just start sticking them in a pile. Right? So if you need to really quickly generate a lab worth of stuff, you can use this process to do that. Okay, this process for the student is all about having a backup copy of whatever their current system is. So once they've made changes or before they make changes to something, right? This is that mentality that they should start getting in the A+ classes early on, right? Before you make a change that could cause a problem, right? Back your data up, okay? And then once you've made a change and you have it running the way you want to, then you should make a backup copy there so you can recover to that point. And this is how we would do that with the Raspberry Pi, is using this SD card copier, right? That's why I always insist that my students have at least 3 or 4 SD cards for their class, because I want them that we put an OS on one, we put the PL app on another, and then we make backup copies of their primary OS.
What if you already have an operating system on a card? Do you have your students reformat it or do anything before they do the card copier?
Well, if they do the card copy, it's gonna blow that whatever's there away. I would prefer clean, so I like to format those beforehand. That's just, again, that's a preference on my part. I don't think it matters in the end because it literally overwrites it bit by bit, right? So it's so it's going to wipe out whatever's there anyway.
Okay.
But I'm a big fan of, if knowing that you are going to wipe those out. Like if there's something on there important, you better save it. If there's not, then do a format and then use it from there.
Kind of in that
Cool.
same vein, where did you say you got those card holders that you had your box yesterday?
I think I got them on Amazon.
Yeah, I just ordered them on Amazon too.
They're on Amazon.
So the one that I like that was it only has 8, so dime cards. So these guys, they have only 8, but then there's other ones that have 10, and then you just find one that's priced the way you want it to be priced. Some of them have the bigger slots. I like the ones with all micro slots on them. So you just find this is the one I ended up buying, this one here, because it had 10. I could put 10 on them. I don't
my
like.
program manager's gonna hate me whenever she sees my
Right.
my grocery list.
I would actually. So these two cost the same, and this one looks like it has white labels. I like the labels on there. These labels here, so you can actually read them, right? The other one the ones that I do have, the labels are gray, so they're hard to read. So I don't like that part about the cards that I do have. And look, they do show you. See, they're kind of dark, right? It's hard to read those, which is why I put numbers on them for mine. But these are good, and I think a lot of times you can buy them in like a 3-pack or whatever. I thought I bought a 3-pack at some point. So, but any of those are fine. There's not a particular brand. I mean, the ones I started out with were these dime cards. I call them dime cards. I'm sure there's some other way to say that, right? Yeah, they're all nice, and they're relatively inexpensive too. I mean, I guess I'm also I probably went with those because they were $7 and not $10. Like, but I would probably go with this one. All of those are on Amazon. Cool. So that copying that partition is going. We didn't take a break, and we only have a half hour before lunch. So while that's finishing, I have one other. Let me see if I can find. Move these out of the way. Two-factor authentication. Let me get logged in. 60.
Okay, I'm going to be a pest. So when you Card Copier, because I downloaded the file from the Raspbian from the website, it said that the name of my disk was like SD16. I'm assuming it thinks it's a 16 gig. So is there a way to change that while the operating system is running?
Your card?
Yeah, the name of the card.
I don't know. I think the answer that I got for you is I don't know. I know if you format a card, when you format the card, that's where you can change the name.
Okay.
So there may be another way there may be a way to do that without formatting it, but I'm not sure. If somebody else knows,
I'll play with it during lunch.
Okay. So I have a Pinterest page called Hackerspace Ideas, and I share this with you because it's all Raspberry Pi based physical computing things, multiple, like parallel servers, weather stations, how to get IFTTT to work. So if you have a Pinterest account, if you want to find that page and watch it, there's like, here's a thing on automatic plant watering. So like neat little setup there. There's like ridiculous amounts of projects. Like you would never run out of projects if you have a Raspberry Pi and any inkling of interest in anything. Like I think it's kind of the point I'm trying to make is like, this is a ridiculously huge list, and I haven't probably populated anything on here you can see I got 1,244 pins, and I think the last one I did was maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago. I have a whole pile of things that I haven't even gotten close to. I thought this one was totally awesome. An RC car built using batteries from an old DeWalt. They used the battery packs off of the DeWalt drill to power the thing. Kind of fun. Anyways, so yeah, so if you're on Pinterest, those are another, again, you can find all kinds of these things on your own. Just search Raspberry Pi. And there's tons of stuff out there. Again, these are more as like idea generators. What could you do with this? How could you play with it? We're going to get into a bunch of this stuff. Maybe not the physical side of these things, but we'll get into a bunch of other projects that we can do here starting this afternoon. I wanted to make sure that we had machines fully functional, up and running, updated, backed up by the time we got to lunch. So, and we're looking to be about 20 minutes ahead of that particular schedule. Are there other questions related to the setup? I know, like we talked earlier about, connecting the Raspberry Pi directly to the computer to do the heads up or the headless setup, right? We've done updating. We've kind of walked through the system. I had you guys look at Pi My Life up, and I haven't had a chance. And during lunch, I'll look at the board, our Miro board, and look for the ideas that you're looking for and formulate some ideas on some projects that we can play with. So the hope is when we get back, we're just going to kind of jump right in and start doing some things on the system. I'm going to point out another set of resources. So Magpie Magazine. So the Magpie.Raspberry Pi. So this magazine, again, they just have ridiculous numbers of articles about projects that have been built. There's even like Pi OS tips and things like that. So this, kind of the normal things. And then they also have, obviously, like here's a drink machine, floppy controller. Holy cow. Really? That's awesome. Somebody has a floppy disk connected to a Raspberry Pi. Sorry. That's awesome.
Have you ever seen the one with the bartender where it makes drinks?
This one here allows you to creative juices to flow, build a first third screen automatic drink. It's just an automated drink machine. There's also one that uses like you can have it like make drinks, like drinks, hard drinks. This one's a little bit more refined than the original ones. But if you click on issues, right, Magpie issues, they're on 106, right? And if you go through, there's projects galore, there's tutorials galore, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do. So let's take a look at, let's go back a little bit further, just for fun. So let's go to 92 here, right? So issue 92, every single one of these you can download for free, right? And then this one has 43 pages of projects and tutorials in this magazine, right? In fact, one of the ideas for the Twitch stream was to simply grab one of these magazines and do the tutorials as a group, right? Just gonna go through them and learn and talk about them and look up other things and the ways to change things. So there's all kinds of good stuff. Make a safe cracker game, solar powered security camera, make a bread and sourdough incubator. Right, so if you are interested in the maker side of things, like there's lots of really cool projects on the IoT side of that. From the Magpie Magazine. So there, like I said, there's 106 issues. They're all about 100 pages long. They all have at least 30% of the content is tutorials and projects, right? And there's instructions and links to instructions and links to code and all kinds of cool stuff in there. The other thing that Magpie makes, right? That official Raspberry Pi guide that I got, right? This one that came with that book. This is that one. It's right there, right? This is the 4th edition, right? This is 246 pages of Raspberry Pi goodness, right? This one. They say 252. They must be counting the back cover and the blank pages. Whatever. But then if you want to get into the Pi camera, there's a whole guide on the camera. There's graphical user interfaces. I use this book in my class now to have them do like, they create buttons on the screen that interface with LEDs on the Raspberry. The retro gaming with Raspberry Pi, that you can build this Galaga type game. It actually walks you through that. If you do C and GUI programming, there's C and GUI programming that you can teach on the Raspberry Pi. Conquer the command line. I use that book in my class to have them learn a little bit of basic Linux commands. This good stuff. Google has an AI kit, right? AI yourself is what it stands for. And you basically, you can create an OK Google. It has microphones and everything, and you hit a button and you can talk to it and you can interact with the AI, the Google AI stuff. And this whole book kind of goes through that, right? So these books come in this nice little, this little, like, I don't know, I want to say like 7x8, I don't know, like 5x7 something. They're not full size. They're super nice. All of these are free downloadables. You don't even need to buy the book itself, right? You can actually just download them. Learn C. So if you want to teach C, there's an entire book on teaching C using the Raspberry Pi. If you want to hack Minecraft, there's Minecraft. Music, that we've talked about music. There's a Synth Hat. This one right here, I think is totally awesome. Make games with Python. This has been around forever, since 2015. I believe it's also another 180 pages or so long, but you start from scratch, you use Python, and by the time you're done, you have a Space Invader Galaga type game that you've created you've created the ships and you've done the physics and everything. They walk you through all of it in Python from start to finish. Like a student that sat down with that book, when they got done with the book, they would have a functional game that they built themselves, right? Totally cool stuff, right? So I want you to be aware of those. I honestly, I use this book, the Simple Electronics book. I use that in my class. I use a couple chapters out of the camera module to do the, to go over stop motion in my class. I have them go into the beginner's guide early on to just get used to the operating system. I use the command line, I think 4 or 5 chapters out of that one to have them learn to just basic, all of these for me are like, these are IoT related things, but the command line just learn how, how to move around in the command line on Linux. Most of them, this is their first attempt at Linux. So teaching them what LS is versus DIR and that kind of thing is kind of critical. And then we just last semester, actually last 2 semesters, we have integrated the graphical user interfaces. And so we actually create a graphical user interface that actually connects to a camera, takes a picture, posts a picture, puts borders around it. Is pretty neat. So another resources that I'm inundating you with resources. That's part of my modus, right? I can't help it. There's so many things that you can do. And my hope is by having you maybe go take a look at these over the next, day or so, right? Tonight, like go look at these, so that you can, whoops, I'm adding these links to our web links. But find things that you're interested in, right? And let me know with the sticky notes on the Miro board what it is you're interested in, so that I can find where we have lots of commonality, and we can do projects that everybody or most everybody has expressed an interest in doing, right? That's part of my hope here. I think somebody asked about the Pinterest page. The Pinterest page is, close that one down. For some reason, I can't jump over there. It's Hackerspace with the parentheses space ideas. I think my username is my IT instructor. It's typically what my name is everywhere else. Oh, Carry the Bruce. So if you're looking for me, so I got robotic stuff. I got all kinds of stuff. You can see that, you know, it's not just, I'm not just Raspberry Pi. There's more to me. You should see my comic book collection. Anyways, are there any questions at this point? The copy is complete back here. You can see that. So I've got a backup copy. I can, I can set that aside so that if I break this computer at some point this week, I can recover to this point, and be comfortable that I have an operating system that's functional. Okay. Cool. Well, I threw a lot at you this morning. We did get all the setup done. I'm comfortable that we've got the setup done. I believe I've covered the things that I wanted to get covered. We covered backups. We covered lots of ideas, like to get you guys started with generating ideas of things that you could do in your classrooms. We will revisit. If you post things in Miro, I'll look at those during the lunch time, so that we can then start focusing in on some projects that we want to do, right? At this point, like I said, we got machines functioning, which was the primary objective. Cool. I think all those are done. If there's any questions, now's a good time. Otherwise, if you don't have any questions and you're good to go, you're welcome to get a little bit of extra time for lunch. Right? So,
can you go over the copy menu again?
Yeah, absolutely.
I plugged in my SD card reader to the Pi, and then I was able to select the initial partition on the top, and then the bottom one had like 4 different options. So I just wanted to screenshot which was the right option if I had another SD card.
So what options is it giving you? Because I don't have one plugged in right this second, but if you go to SD card copier,
okay.
Right, so the top device is going to be like, this right here. Yes. It's not going to be exact, but dev something, right? Dev MMC usually is what it is. That's the multimedia. That's going to be your primary. So if you don't have your Raspberry, if you don't have the thumb drive plugged in, do you get more than one thing here?
If I don't have it, no. That's very standard. That's not the one I have the question on. The question on is the copy to the next step. It seems like that there's always a 0 after the end of the card on the top. So now the one on the bottom, that's a little weirder.
Yeah, see, I only get this one, and I know that I have a Transcend card reader. So I know that that's mine. I'm not sure if yours has maybe I wonder if, does IO gear show up differently? I'm wondering.
All mine are saying that it's USB 3.0, blah, blah, blah stuff, but I'm not, I plugged in the card. I guess I could unplug the card.
Yeah. Do you have any that say devs SDA? Don't worry about anything that's in front, but in this inside the parentheses, dev SDA.
Yes, I have a dev SDA.
That's the one I would go with.
Okay.
Because I got SDA and I plugged in using a different card reader, and I'm going to try a third card reader here to just verify that that's kind of the typical deal. So I've got yet again a third different type of card reader, right? So it'll read differently. So now you see generic SD card, but I've got SDA still. So I think the dev SDA is going to be the choice that you make.
Got it. Got it. I'm just
Cool.
printing that out for myself. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. So if you don't have questions, head out for lunch. We'll be back in an hour and 20-ish or so, whatever time that is for you. And then we will actually start working on, you know, some actual projects versus getting the OS up and running and kind of getting our baseline. Like the idea of the first these 2 half-day sessions was just getting the baseline, understanding the OS and kind of walking through that process, right? So I think we've achieved that goal, and now it's a matter of now we can start playing, right? Because we have them up and running. Now that they're running, we can play. Cool. Yeah, enjoy lunch. So Joanne, give me a second. I'll come right back and we'll look at that. Okay. Okay, so Joanne, are you still here?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot I was muted.
No worries. So on the supplicant, I know we probably haven't had a chance, but I posted a video.
I tried watching your video. I couldn't read anything.
Okay. Okay, so then essentially, let me find it here. Figure out where all my stuff is. So that's to the PyTop. I don't need that running. I don't need this. I need this, not that one. So my file projects, I don't need that one. Of course, it's the very last one. That's how it always is. So we get rid of that one. So the code that's right here in the middle, right? So this code here.
Mm-hmm.
So if I take, because I have that SD card that we just created right from the backup. So I'm going to plug that into maybe I've got it upside down, of course. So this code and my boot drive. So I've got my boot drive, my SD card in a card reader, and I plugged it into my PC. Mm-hmm. And then I've opened up File Manager on my PC, and this is the boot drive here. Okay.
Okay.
Then what I need to do is I've left a little bit of space on the bottom of the window here so I can create a new file. So new text document. And I'm going to delete everything out of it, including the extension, right? So that was that piece yesterday where we needed to go to view and we need to do file name extension up here. And oops, I'm going to get rid of everything there. And we want to name the file WPA underscore supplicant. And .conf, right? So that it's a config file. And when I click away from that, it says, you know, you're not gonna be able to read it. And then, but it's got a comp file. It shows up as a comp file. It doesn't show up as a text file. It doesn't have a text extension on it, that kind of thing. So that was my early issue. Like I had a text extension on it, so it wasn't reading it properly. But now that I've got this, I can right mouse click on it. And if you don't have Notepad++, you can click edit and it'll give you Notepad. Either one is fine. And that should open the file in your editor. Okay, and it should be blank. Okay. And then what you're gonna, I'm gonna go to the Pi My Life Up one, the version of that. So Pi My Life. So I'm going to Pi My Life Up, and I'm going to look for headless. That link, this link is in the, but we're looking for the headless Raspberry Pi setup, because I want to copy the file, copy the information over instead of typing it in over and over again. So here's my editor and here's my instructions. Okay. So my hope is that I can just copy this into my editor. Right. So I've got all of that already there. So then what I have to change is the country code here. I need to get rid of the square brackets and the wording, and I need to replace that with the capital U and a capital S, right? So US. And then under the network side, inside of the quotes, I need to get rid of everything in there, and I'm gonna just put in, Serenity, right? Which is my extra wireless access point. And then under the PSK, I'm going to put in my password, right? So that's my SSID and my password. At that point, I just need to save this file, okay? I would say yes. And it's been saved. I can go verify that. You can see right here at 1249, I'm at 1249. So this is my 1K file. If I right mouse click and edit it in Notepad again, I've got everything is there, okay? Once I've got that and I've put in the proper code, the proper SSID and the proper password, and I have it as wpa-supplicant.conf, no txt or anything like that, I can close down File Manager. I can eject my drive, and then I would plug this SD card into my Raspberry and reboot my Raspberry. And it should connect. The only other possible, I don't know, are you at work or at home?
I'm at home.
Okay, so at work there may be some, like maybe a configuration that we have to change, especially if it's like
I can't do anything at work.
Yeah, if it does radius or something like that, like if it's running where you have to log in with the username and password, that kind of thing. But if you're at home like that, if the code is US, that ID is correct, and this ID is, and there's no spaces or anything like that, and you should connect. It took me a while to get it right yesterday because I misspelled things and I had things tabbed wrong, and I had the .text file. But
I always have typos, but
every time that I've done it properly, it's worked properly. So it's when I didn't do it, like when something was mistyped or something wasn't lined up the way it's supposed to be lined up.
I'm going to try what you did, just copy and paste from Pi My Life Up.
I would, and that's why I'm like, that's another reason why I like their stuff, because you can copy and paste. They've done it that way on purpose, so that's cool, totally cool. But I would give that a whirl and see if that works.
Okay.
Then we kind of go from there.
Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Have a nice lunch.
I'm going to try. I gotta
Okay.
go figure out what is for lunch. All right.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Enjoy. Cool. Tuesday afternoon. Let's get rolling. Or Tuesday evening if you're on the East Coast. It's almost like it's still afternoon, but it's I'm gonna check. I think it's only 94 today. It wasn't that. It's not as hot as it was yesterday. It's ridiculous. All right.
How hot was it?
Yesterday, I was told it got over 100. I didn't go outside.
The dry heat is better than the humid heat.
Yes. Yes, it is. I think we can see. Yeah, it was crazy hot yesterday. My wife just left. She's gone down to Las Cruces, and it's always over 100 at this point in the year. And it's dry. It is dry. We live in the desert, so we live at a mile high. We have I don't know if you guys have been to Albuquerque before, but we got a 12,000-foot mountain next to us. So all of the harsh weather starts on the other side of the mountain. Like literally, it's not bad until it gets here, and then it builds up over the top, and then it goes right down the other slope, and that's where we pick up tornadoes and all the wind that you guys, Midwest gets. It all starts here, but we don't have to. We have wind, and that's about the hardest thing, and it's really not. It's straight wind. We never usually have any kind of twisting wind, so we don't have mixture of cold and hot. It's either hot or cold. There's no in between. So, awesome. Okay. So I did some little bit of research over the break just to kind of figure out kind of where we're at. Yeah, March, wind and snow. It's about right. I don't know. I don't even know what our rain is this year. We probably have 4 or 5 inches maybe total. So if we're lucky. So
the rain is never too much. It's never enough.
Yeah. We live in Missouri, and like when you live in Missouri, it's a kind of the hot, humid thing, right? When you walk out and you can see the water in the air, that's okay. That's enough. So, that's a little too thick. So, yeah, I wouldn't doubt worse in Alabama. We were down in Louisiana during the break, right? So it was April-ish, like early May. So it wasn't bad at all at that point in time. We went down to Natchitoches and Melrose Plantation and Shreveport, kind of goofing around. So I'd never been to that area before, so it's nice to visit. I don't like the roads. It rattled my RV really bad, and I lost a wheel, hubcap, and all kinds of stuff. Awesome. So I'm hoping most everybody's back. If you're down, you don't want to show your video, if you just give me a thumbs up, just so I know we have a handful more people than what I see on the screen. All right, so there's good, awesome. Thank you. All right, Quibina's here, yay. All right, so I think we're gonna do this. How about that? That's how we're gonna run this. Right? We're we're going to do this Raspberry Pi Internet Speed Monitor, right? So it's basically, you know, if you've ever done a speed test, right? This is a Raspberry Pi setup where we're actually going to have Raspberry Pi interact with the CLI version of speed test, or the APK, right? It's going to actually connect to, you know, in the background. Like, we're not going to, you know, we're going to actually do a little bit of Python in this. In order to set this up, we have to do these first two up here. We have to actually set up an influx database. So we're going to set up a database on the Raspberry Pi, which so I'm trying to how can we hit a bunch of parts, right? So database management, right? Grafana is a graphing tool. So that's going to be kind of along the lines of data analytics, right? So if you have data analytics or any kind of, anytime you're doing any kind of database stuff, like there's always this, visualization that you want to try to do. So we need to install both of those pieces before we actually do the speed test. And then the speed test is going to be some more installations. It's going to be some Python programming that we're going to do. And then when we're done, all the way to the bottom here with, and we're dumping it into Grafana. We got to create a database and do a bunch of other stuff. And then I'm trying to get to the one, like, we are trying to get all the way to there. In the end, this is the end point. Step 14 of the Grafana configuration will be the visualization of the data on your particular network, whatever network you're using at the time. So I thought the combination of these projects kind of ties in a bunch of different kind of sysadmin things. The other thing that you need to be aware of, I have not done these. so this is we're going to just run with it. And I think one of the reasons I want to do that is I want you to see that if you have good instruction like this, like not from me, but from the material and I think you could, like any of us could make it through these projects and be able to walk the students through the projects. So I'll walk you through and we'll do it together. If you obviously if you want to, if you're quicker and you want to kind of move through it faster, that's up to you. I will basically, I like to go step by step. I try to explain each of the steps so you're understanding what we're actually doing. So that's the plan, right? Unless there's a major headache about that plan. I don't anticipate there being any, but if there is, right, let me know. So I'm hoping that's going to touch a lot of bases. And if we get done in the 3 hours, I think that would actually be quite successful. And if we don't, that's perfectly fine. We can roll into the morning and then keep on trucking with that in the morning. But I thought this combination, like, there's an end result, like you're going to see a graph of your actual network. So you're going to actually pull data. So you're going to do programming, database, graphing. We have to do quite a bit of installations of things and configurations of things and stuff like that. So we're going to touch on a handful of topics as we go through this. All right. Sound good? Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of. Awesome. All right. So for everybody, okay, good. Thanks for good to see the replying. Okay. I'm glad there's just not one with a middle finger. Like, no, I don't want to do that, right? That would be bad. Like, no, okay. Thumbs up is good. Okay, let's do that. So let's do, I don't know which one. Let's just start with influx. Like, so I'm going to go to influx. I'm going to copy the instructions into the over here. And then is Joanne, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Any luck on the WPA, or did we still strike out?
You didn't see my success message in the chat?
No, I didn't. Oh, there it is. All right. Yes. Totally cool. It's like, I didn't want to leave you stranded. Good.
It finally worked.
All right. Yeah. I like it when things work. That's always good. All right. So here we go. So this is influx, right? So it's a database that we're going to install. And anytime you see anything referring to the Raspbian operating system, that's just because it was done before they changed the name. but we're going to use Influx with Grafana to do the database along with the visualization tools. So we'll follow both of those. We just need the Raspberry Pi, your SD card, and then your network connectivity. So I think we're in good shape there. Luckily, we've done these two pieces, but we are going to, let me grab my machine. I think I disconnected my machine. 148, 220, right? 220 is the one where I set the static IP address. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to move the video over. So I have a bad habit. Like I'll talk to the video, even though I know the camera's over here. Let's put that there, and let's put this over here. All right. So the instructions are on the right, and I'm assuming I'm still sharing my screen. Okay, and we are recording. And we need to go to the terminal, and we're going to do a sudo apt update so that we can get the list. I'm not going to do an upgrade because we literally did an upgrade an hour ago, or an hour and 20 minutes ago. So I'm just going to get the list, right? So that's what the update gets us. We did the upgrade earlier today. Okay, this next part, right? This command here is going to actually, right? It's going to go out. The wget's going to go out to this web page and get this key, right? And we're going to pipe it, right, to the apt key program, which is going to let us do the connections and installations with the Influx databases. Okay. I like a lot of times, like a lot of these things for like a workshop like this, right? We won't go into all of the excruciating details of that, but you could easily in the classroom go through what wget is, how it works, go through the switches that are being used. And I think I got to figure this out. I think if you, because I'm using from PC to VNC, I'm trying to avoid, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I think I may have to. So actually, let me do it this way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to expand out my Raspberry Pi. And I'm going to launch the web page from within the Raspberry Pi, because I think that'll allow me to do the copy paste. And maybe I'm thinking is there a setting in VNC that I'm missing that would allow me to copy and paste? I don't think there is. There might be. I'm just not aware of it. I can share my printer, but I can't copy and paste. Well, that right there says I should be able to. So I wonder why it's not letting me. Does that make sense what I'm kind of talking out? This web page right here, like I am thinking I should be able to right mouse click, copy. I should be able to right mouse click and paste. Oh, and it does. Why is it not working on the other stuff? I'm gonna go back to that page again. So if I right mouse click and copy, okay. Okay, I don't need to do what I was gonna do. So this will work fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We watch a. So I'm sorry. It's like an inside joke for my own self. So we watch an RV show, like it's called Switch It Up. It's an RV YouTube channel. and they literally they post like 3 times a week, and you kind of watch. You know, they live full time in the RV and everything, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Like anytime something goes wrong, that's what they say, right? So we picked up on that. And my wife actually bought me a T-shirt yesterday that says, "It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine." Kind of like it's going to be my mantra going forward. So everything's fine. You just shut down your Zoom call. Everything's fine. Just go get some popcorn. Okay, so I'm sorry. Back to we're on step 2. What we're trying to do is just basically we're setting up an access key, right? A key for us to actually download the data. You know, so we're actually just copying out the actual the command, right? To go get the key, and we're going to then insert that into the apt key program that's that's built into the into the operating system. Okay, sorry, here we go. So we got an okay, and we went back to prompt. So then that we know that command worked. That's good. Now we have to build the influx repository key installed in our, now that we have the key installed, right, we want to add it to our source list. So we then need to echo into our, oh, I love how all this works, right? Most of the new installations running Raspberry were running Buster. So we're going to be running Buster. Oh, so they have stretch, Buster, right? And let's verify that, right? So if we go Raspberry Pi, so this is .org. And I'm just going to the software, right? So the manual downloads, and I was hoping that it would say what it is here. Does it say up here? Usually they explain it. I know the desktop version is Buster, maybe in the release notes.
When you download, the file actually says Buster in the file name.
Okay, it says Buster in the file name. And that's just, this is me like double checking. Like I want to make sure my students see, like I'm not just going to randomly run something without verifying things. So, but you verified it for us, and that's a good way we can go back and check that too. So I was just looking for any way for me to find that information. Like, so I was sure that we could probably find it inside there. You can see Debbie and Buster's down here.
If you look in the command line too, whenever you ran the update, look with the sites where it's hitting is Debbie and Buster.
Okay, sweet. That's a good, yeah. These are all great options, right? So again, I want, the more of those that we have, the better. And then, like you said earlier, right? It's all Buster. Perfect, right? That's really good too. I love that. Okay. So Wikipedia has a nice chart. Do you have a link to that, James? So I'm fairly confident that we're using Buster, because everybody said we're using Buster. But does that make sense? Like when I see these things and something comes to mind, like instead of just accepting it as, oh yeah, just follow, like I'm like, let me go double, let me triple, let me double check this. Maybe make sure that they understand that, hey, we're trying to, we're verifying this data, right? So this command here, right, is going to add the influx database repository to the sources list. Okay. And you want to make sure that you pick the right one. So we're using Buster, which is the newest one. Does anybody know where these names Stretch and Buster come from? As a curiosity, not as a important to know. So Debian uses characters from Toy Story. And Buster, isn't Buster the puppy dog? I think he's the puppy dog. And Stretch is the little guy, not the Slinky toy, right? The Slinky dog. I didn't. Wheezy was one of them. Do you remember Wheezy from? Nobody. Am I just talking to myself about Toy Story?
I'm with you.
Okay, like Wheezy's the little penguin that was up on the shelf. No. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, so that's where those names come from, right? So if you ever were curious about it. So, okay, so in Wikipedia, there's or in the chat, there's a link to Wikipedia to the Raspberry Pi OS is over there. So this command is going to add the repository to the sources list, okay? And we're using the Buster version, okay? And then it replied back and went to a prompt. So that usually that means that the command ran the way we want to. We don't need to run the stretch or the Ubuntu, any of those. We're not worrying about any of those at this point. With the repository added, now we want to update that package list again. So what we did is we're giving it a new list of things to go look at, okay? So I'm gonna do an up arrow 3 times to get back to the sudo apt update command, right? So if you're not familiar with that history, right, I believe it keeps up to is it 10 or 20 commands. I don't know what the default is. So I just did up arrow to get back so I don't have to type. And I'm gonna hit enter. And now that updates my repository, and you can see now that the influx data, that package list is now included in our updates. Okay. Excellent. Which will allow us to do the installation of the influx database, which is the next command. Okay, so we're on step number 5. We've updated our repositories. We've updated the lists that we have. And now we're on step number 5. So it's sudo apt install influx db. Right, so we're going to install the influx database. This typically comes down and it'll tell us, you know, we're going to add some files. We have to hit yes. Oh my, sorry, my daughter needed insurance cards for, okay. All right, so that installed sudo apt install influx. Am I on, I'm not on mute, right? Am I muted? Can you hear me? Okay, good, thanks. Okay, and I'm hoping you probably just kind of kept on going, so I'll catch up to you. Now that we've installed it.
We're going.
Yeah, we got to get to boot. So these 2 commands here, these are 2 different commands, right? You run them separately from each other. One of them, right? This one unmask it, and then this one enables it. So it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain that the best way. It seems like it's like, you know, the operating system can't see it, right? But we need to like make it available, right? And then once it's available, then we can enable it to actually run. All right. So the first, it explains it. Unmasking the service and gosh, I should just read, right? Ensures that we enable and start the service as a masked service is unable to be started. So a masked service, so by default, if it's masked, you can't start it. And then the enable command allows the service manager to keep an eye on it, right? So that allows us to actually start it, which is the next command, is the start command. So unmask it so we can actually see it so that it can be started. Enable, keep an eye on it, start, run the program. Those are the pieces that we're looking for. Paste. Okay. Okay. So that's about as hard as it was to install a database on the Raspberry Pi. We're not using it yet. It's just started. Right, so we installed it and started a database.
Really like how these instructions really kind of give some background and tell what it's doing. It's not just, you know, stuff that's really helpful.
Yes, I love it. Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of Pi My Life Up. I mean, I talked about it last week. I'm a fanboy. I love this. They do a really good job. So anytime. If they have a tutorial on something I want to do, I do their tutorial, right? There may be other ones out there that are better. I haven't found them. These ones seem to be really consistently good. So I'm more than happy to use these. And I don't know if you guys have them running on your computer, you probably have all kinds of ads and stuff in them, and you can see mine doesn't have ads in it. Okay, mine doesn't have ads because I have an ad blocker that we built last week connected to this. But I have gone out and paid. I went and paid the $20 to remove the ads from the site only because like I use their stuff all the time. Like, you know, they deserve more than $20, more than 20 of my dollars. They like I should be paying them more than that. But you know, at least from that standpoint, I'm like, this is one of the few websites. I don't do a lot of that very often, but like when I use a resource over and over again to the point where I feel like I should be paying for it, then I can give you with confidence, like the recommendation, like you will be safe using their materials quite a bit. All right. Okay. So we've got it installed, right? And like you said, it does explain what each thing is doing. You know, as again, if you're in a Linux course, right, this is a great, like even just doing this in a Linux course, because then you can kind of get into what systemctl does, right? And you can go through each of the options, right? So you can kind of dig into those things in that course, right? We're going to go at high level, but I really want to point out that as you go through this, it's not limited to like, we couldn't only do this exercise in a database class, right? This would easily can be done in multiple classes. In fact, this could be a system administration class, right? Assignment, because the end result is a network speed monitor, right? In order to get there, you have to do all these other steps and you have to learn all these things and you have to manage all these things. So, you know, as a paid system administrator for the last 20 years, and then a teacher, or 20 years prior to becoming an instructor, right? I feel system admin is like the generalists of our trade, right? I know enough about networking to be decent. I know enough about database to be decent. I know enough about programming to be decent. I know enough about servers to be decent. Like I know a lot of different things versus I'm not concentrating on one particular topic. So, so that's kind of why I like to see all these things kind of get mixed in into what you're showing the students, so that they understand that, well, you're a network person, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't know how a database works, right? Or you shouldn't know how this component works or that component works. So, all right, I'm going to keep on trucking. So now we're into the using the database. So we need to fire up the database influx, right? And you see now we're into a prompt that's the shell of the database. So we're not actually at the prompts for the operating system any longer, right? Does that make sense? You know what? I think, can I not? Try to make this a little bit bigger so you can actually see what's going on. And then I'm off the side of the screen. That's awesome.
I'm getting a bash influx command not found from typing in the influx.
Right here?
Yeah. So I typed in that. Everything seemed, yep, I did those three. Yeah.
And you didn't get any, you went back to a prompt, there wasn't any message on any one of those?
After enable, it said synchronization state of influx service with sysv service script with lib system sysmd install executing. It didn't give me an error. It just said it was executing something. And then I ran the start, sudo system start.
And the start went fine, no problem? And you
start didn't return anything. I could share it if you want to see it, I guess.
I would, make sure that these commands all have the DB on the end of them, and make sure, I would just start them, run them, unmask, enable, and start over again.
Okay.
That would be my quickest way to figure out or to see if there's a problem.
I'll do all three again.
Okay, and you can just up arrow to get to them. You don't need to retype it or anything.
Remember, you had to use Buster because they have a couple of options.
Yeah, so
Buster, stretch, you had to do Buster.
Did you
Okay.
use
Because they had
here?
Ubuntu.
Yeah. So the thing I did when I saw that is I didn't choose the specific one. So do I need to reinitialize Buster? Because I think I just did like 3 of them in a row.
So you have to. So we have the apt install influx right there, right? What we're looking for is at this command here, which is step number 3.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have the Debian Buster stable version. If you don't do this command, then that may be what's going on. If it can't find this, it's because it's not in the right place because it wasn't set up here.
So do that again, because I did 3 of them, and I guess maybe that convoluted something.
Yeah, you only need 1 of those. Just
okay.
You know what? I messed up also. I started off with stretch, and then I used Buster, and then I followed the rest of the commands, and it worked.
Okay, yeah. So just go do the Buster command over again.
Will do.
And then
it should work.
Yeah, then come back and because if you've done the install, update and install shouldn't. Well, no. Yeah, go back to 3, do the Buster, and then do 4, 5, and 6, and then don't skip any steps, but only do Buster on this level. Does that make sense? At number 3, only do the Buster command.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, and David, make sure, remember that there's a little bit after, make sure you grab all of the command if you're copy and pasting.
Yeah, right. So you make sure that from echo all the way out to list. It's a longer command than the
yes.
window. Okay. Cool. Anybody else at that point? Yeah, Kathleen makes a good point. Make sure that, up here where it's doing installs, make sure there's not any failures in the installations on this install here, that there's not any weirdness going on there. Awesome. I'm going to scroll back down because I know that David can catch up. So now that we have the influx database and I'm at the prompt for the influx database, I'll make sure I'm there. Okay. We need to create a database, and we're going to create. So this one, we're just creating this database to see how the database works, right? So if we really wanted to just get this up and running and move on to the internet monitor, we don't need to do this. Okay, we don't even need to run influx at this point because we'll run it as part of the internet speed, and we're going to create a different database there. Okay, but for this purpose, and I'm okay. I think we probably should take a look at it, right? So we're going to kind of look at the database side of this. And then we're going to go back over when we do the internet monitor, we'll also do the database thing again, right? So then we hit it twice with 2 different databases, like 2 different setups, okay? So I'm going to go ahead. I think we should go ahead and do this one. We're going to set up the Pi My Life up temperature. All right, so we're going to create the database. So if you've done any kind of SQL type things, these will be commands that you have seen before. If you haven't, like for the class, like this is maybe a good opportunity to use something like W3 Schools and do like a little database primer kind of a deal as part of an explanation of this, right? But this command, create database, it'll create a database called whatever you put in right after that. And then we need to tell the system, hey, I want to use that particular database, right? And we'll see that again when we get to the monitor, because we're going to create an internet monitor database and then use that database instead of the Pi My Life up temperature database. Okay. So I create a database. I'm going to use the database, and then we're going to write some data to this, right? So we're going to write. Actually, we're going to create the fields here. So it looks like we're creating fields. We're putting a timestamp on, right? The measurements, okay? If we read what it's trying to tell us here, it's sorted by time series. These time series can contain as many or as little data points as you need. We need, so data point consists of time, a measurement name such as temperature, and at least 1 field. Okay, so you need a specific timestamp. So I'm just making sure that we understand what we're about to do here. Below, we included basic format for an influx data point. So this is setting up a data point. It's going to be a measurement. There's a value. There's a tag key, which will be a value. There's a field key, which will put a value there. And a second field, and then we'll have a timestamp on the end of it, it looks like. Okay, now this would be where I would want to kind of bring up the fact that, hey, we should probably start looking at the documentation for this, right? For this lab, we're not going to get into that level of detail, but again, you could easily construct, right, a set of learning objectives around setting this up, right? Setting up this one project, right? We can cover kind of the basics of how to set up a data, influx DB, right? And how to set up the fields, right? The variables that are going to go into the fields, and then how to insert variables. I'm going to take a copy of that. I'm just going to drop that into the chat so that everybody has access to the documentation. For speed purposes, since we don't have a ton of time, as I go through this, like I think to myself, we could probably tear this down and actually just doing this one, setting up an internet monitor, we could make the rest of the class, like we could make the whole rest of the week with learning. Right? So there's other pieces that you can kind of tie to this, right? So I think that's one of the beauties of these projects. We could just, which we're going to do, copy and paste and hit enter. Whoops, I had a problem. Did I miss something?
No, I had the same problem too.
I'm wondering, is that even a command we're supposed to run? I think he may be just showing us.
Yeah, this is just the format.
Because right here, this is what it's doing, right?
Yeah. It is like, in the next instruction. That's just the format.
This one right here, that's not even a command, right?
No.
I was wondering, I was thinking that, is this like a way we're telling it, hey, this is what we're looking for? And then down here, we're going to create a variable called temperature, right? And then the location is going to be living room, and the value is going to be 20. So we're going to insert data into this database. So I think that's like, here's the official documentation. And this is kind of, he's explaining this here. This would be one of the few times where the instructions, this one, and I remember there's another instruction we did last week where he showed a result of information. And that, oh no, it was yesterday with the results, like the results seemed like you needed to type it in, but it was just showing results. Okay, so I'm going to insert this data. So I am using, I've created the database Pi My Life Up temperature, and I'm using that database, and I'm going to, right down here, I'm going to insert the variable temperature with the location of the living room with a value of 20. Okay. And then to make the data more interesting, showing off selecting data. So we're going to create, looks like 3 more variables. They're all temperature variables, different locations, different values. Okay. So I'm going to do each one of these one at a time. And we're going to end up, that's going to give us 4 data points. Okay. So for this example, we are creating the data. We're typing in the data. So this would be like if somebody was sitting at a computer, and they were doing a computer form, like a form filling out, name, date, whatever. And when you hit enter, those dates get entered, or that information gets entered into the database. We're doing the command that was behind the scenes, right? And by inserting this particular data, okay? So we're inserting a temperature of 20 in the living room, a temperature of 10 in the living room, a temperature of 34 in the bedroom, and a temperature of 23, which would make, those are Celsius numbers. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to select all from temperature. Okay, so a typical SQL command. So we've inserted all the data. Now what we're going to do by running this command is we're going to verify that that data exists. Okay, and you can see the name temperature, and I've got 4 sets of data. And these look like timestamps to me of some sort. Timestamps are record. That seems like a really weird record number. I think they're times. Yeah, they're timestamps. Okay, which was explained way up here, right? That the timestamp kind of gets tagged onto the end of it. Very cool. So using this command, we should see these results. Okay. If we wanted to, right, again, another SQL command, select value from temperature where bedroom location equals, or location equals bedroom. Okay. So what we should be doing is it should be selecting these 2 numbers, right, from these 2 records because they have the location bedroom in them. So let's see what that does. Because this result that he shows here doesn't really show it working that way. So paste. And now we're only seeing just these 2 records and just the value because we only asked for the value. Select value. That's the only variable we want to see from the record, from the temperature records that have the location equal to bedroom. Okay. So we get these 2 records from this data. Fair enough? So simple database, create a database, use the database. We inserted 4 values. We saw all the values. We separated out the values. Right? The next piece of this is adding authentication to this database. So we'll add, and we're already in the influx here. So we should be able, to do this command here. I'm going to copy the command, but then we need to change a piece of information, right? So let's copy the command over. Okay, so create the user admin with the password. We're literally going to get rid of those and call it password, right? With all privileges. Okay, so we're creating an admin user, password is password, all privileges. Okay, so now we have an admin user. I'm going to write this down so I don't forget, but I can't imagine I would forget that. But admin and password. Just like about 95% of all routers out there in the world. Home routers. admin password, admin 12345. Cool. What do we want to do next? So we created a user. With that done, we can now exit the database with an exit at the prompt here, exit. We're back to the prompt. And then our next job is to modify the config file to enable authentication. So we have to go into the config file to force authentication. Okay. And that's going to be using the sudo nano. So we're going to actually, go in and use the paste. We're using the nano editor to edit the etc influx database, influxdatabase.conf file. So already this, in the day and a half of this, you're starting to see this is kind of a normal process when you're on Linux, is like, let's edit this config file, let's edit that config file to make things function. So here is that file. Welcome to the influx configuration file. We need to find where it says HTTP. So I'm just going to scroll down. I'm looking for brackets. It should be, I don't think it will be, I guess I could have searched for that, right? I'm assuming it's going to be along the margin. I hope it is. Collect the Can I do Control W? Does that help me with search HTTP? That's not it.
You Control W and put in HTTP.
I did. Search HTTP and it took me to, oh, there we go. That's the one I'm looking for. There was another one up above, like in the comments, there was another HTTP. So this is the one I'm actually looking for right here, right? The one that's actually against the margin. Because this one is just kind of explaining what's going on. So what do we want to do here? We need to add these items below the HTTP. So I'm going to put them, I guess, down here. Oh, enable is true, right? So determines whether endpoint is enabled. There's an auth enabled, and then there's this that says flux enable. We're not using that one. Flux. I'm just going to go. Oh wait, there's a bunch of stuff.
Correct.
Auth enabled right there. So there's auth enabled. I'm going to leave it where it's at in the actual file, right? So and then they want this to be true. Does that make sense? So we went and found. So I did a Control W. It took me a couple times to get to the right place. I was looking for this HTTP against the margin. And then underneath this HTTP, we're making these setting changes that will enable authentication. Okay. So auth enabled equals true. I was trying to see if there's any other, I see right tracing. I'm not seeing any other pre-done.
You got to keep going down.
Is it further down?
Yeah, right there. That one and then the one above it.
This
P
one here.
Enabled, yeah.
So p-proof enabled equals true. So I'm gonna get rid of this one. And then this auth enabled, that needs to be true as well. Awesome. And then there's a ping auth enabled, which is this one right here. Doesn't say that we need to, like I'm off of the margin by 1 there. I don't know if I need to be on the margin or underneath. I bet you, I wonder if like this is like a nested thing. I wonder if that's supposed to be it. We'll see. It doesn't explain that, right? Does anybody have words of wisdom on that piece? I'm thinking that like HTTP is like this needs to be nested underneath HTTP. So it needs to be kind of in line with those. I'm thinking.
Well, I was just thinking because it says to add it below, since all of this is commented out, if you change it, those are what the default settings are. So if you change it here, then you won't know what the default settings are whenever you come back to look at it later. So I would presume that would be the reason why they said add it below, because this is all documented to see what the defaults are. So
okay. Yeah. I understand that too.
So I'm going to exit out and
way.
Just reopen it and do it that way.
Are you just going to add these separately?
Yeah, I'm just going to add those lines at the very bottom of the HTTP section there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay. And then the other thing is, are they against the margin? Or are they in line with the hashes here, which is like a 2 spaces in thing? I'm just curious, right? Because it doesn't really tell us. It just says to add those pieces underneath.
I just put the spaces. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you look at some of the other sections, like I'm looking at the data section now, which is all the way over the top, everything is lined up with that first hashtag there. So.
Oh yeah, so they are. All right. Yeah, so that's a good way to look at it too. That's why I was asking. I'm like, it doesn't really explain in the instructions, but I wanted to make sure, like, you know, these look nested to me. Like, so in order to be, if you're going to run a command like under coordinator, it needs to be nested. Otherwise, it's like another another thing that it would. I don't know. I just I like the fact that the ones that are undone already are nested the way we have them. So I went ahead and made those changes just kind of where they're at. I'm perfectly fine if we were just to add them separately. That's also fine either way. I'm going to hit Control X. So I've added these 4. I've got ping, p-proof enabled right there. That's the second one. I've got auth enabled equal true as the first one. Then I've got p-proof auth enabled equal true, and ping auth enabled equal true. So Control X, we're going to hit Y to change it, and Enter to write that to the database, or write that to the config file. So I just did number 6, which is Control X and then Y and enter. Now as we've made the changes to the influx configuration, we need to restart the service, right? So I'm going to do up arrow to where I see the start, and I'm going to do restart. Okay. So I just up arrowed a couple to get to where it said start influx, and I'm going to restart. So that's going to shut it down and bring it back up. And then now, instead of doing influx, right, you can see I'm over here, I'm going to add dash username and password. So I'm going to I'll copy that. So we're going to start the database again. Whoops. And we're going to give it the username and password. Okay, so that let me in. I'm going to exit because I want to see something. If I were just to type influx, right, without the username and password, it should, I'm hoping it prompts me for the username and password. Right? Interesting. Let me exit. I'm going to restart. So that should be and then if I go influx, like it shouldn't let me in, right? So or is that a shell-based thing? Let's do exit, and then I'm going to exit out of the command line. Again, this is me testing, right? So I typed it in the way it said to, it worked. I typed it in the way it shouldn't have worked, and it worked. I'm thinking, well, maybe
there might be a general default user, you know what I mean? Like a generic account that still lets you in. All you did was create a user and provided the authentication for user, but you never disabled whatever feature allowed you to get in there without user permissions. That would be my guess.
Well, that's what I thought this did right here. This is supposed to force enable authentication, right? So this is supposed to enable authentication, which the way I read that is if I've enabled authentication, then the only way to log in is through authentication. Otherwise, it's silly to have that done, right? That's kind of I don't know, maybe I'm thinking wrong. Influx, so it should still be running in the background, right? I believe. We'll see if it is or not. So influx. Yeah, see, it's okay.
It could be that it will enable to, because it's for HTTP. So you can still log in local, but from HTTP is where you can actually is enabling the authentication.
Okay. So yeah, so maybe that's what's going on. So let's I'm going to grab this. So that's a good observation. I hope you don't mind. I'm trying to make sure that we understand what it is we just did, right? And the way I look at it there, like the way I'm reading it, I should not have been able to log in. However, right, Tony makes a great point that, hey, that's for HTTP, right? We did literally in HTTP, but I'm in the console. Like, so if you're logged into the computer, it's going to let you do it, right? And that should have worked, right? Or have we not even turned on? So InfluxDB, so influx username, password. I wonder if you use the auth command within the tool or pass the username and password through the turn the database, you now enter the username and password before it is using. Yeah, no. If I read that, I should have a problem. And I don't remember turning on. Oh, okay, I'm confused now.
It could be that I'm gonna try, but probably if we connect from a different Raspberry Pi,
this one
access the server is when it's gonna ask you for the authentication from a different computer.
Okay, because this is literally saying you'd have to enter it from the CLI tool, which So I don't know. I'm a little confused, that's a normal state for me. That's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We will. So the way the way I understand what we just did was we started up Influx. We created a user with a password with all privileges, right? I don't think I exited out before I did this other piece, but I've done that since then. So I'm not in the database. Oh, I had to be exited out because we had to do this way. So we couldn't have done this without it. And this is that database. This is that page that we, right? And then we did Control W and we're looking for bracket, HTTP bracket. Whoops, wrong brackets. And that gets us here. Control how endpoints are configured to determine whether HTTP endpoint is enabled. Like, so it seems like we need to turn this on to get to the HTTP to be on. I'm curious. I'm going to try that. I'm going to see if this gives me that HTTP, that deal that we just tried. So you don't have to follow me down this rabbit hole. Just hold on a second while I go down this rabbit hole.
Well, that's what it says there. It says, you know, the authentication enabled determines whether user authentication is enabled over HTTP, HTTPS. So,
right. And then, but then down below it says that it's, yeah, I agree with you. I agree because we only set up HTTP. But then he says that it authenticates you to the CLI. So that seems like we did it in the wrong place.
Right. It's not. If you look at the documentation, it looks like that you determine whether HTTP endpoint is enabled. There's an enabled equals true. There's a couple other properties. If you go to that documentation on the page, if you click on it, and then in the search bar, type in authentication. And it gives you an example of enabled to be true. The bind address should be 8086, even though it's probably by default. That's just what I'm just telling you what the example said.
No, that's fine. That's what we're trying to figure out. Manage users. So TLS encryption, let's just go here. So create a user. Actually, you know what? I think I might be, let me go, because I know there's a link to the data here at Beta here. So this becomes good. Like these kind of issues now, as we kind of figure out or trying to think through these commands that we're doing, right? If I read the commands, if I read this properly, adding this, right? Extra authentication to the database. Without authentication, anyone can interact with your database, right? We're going to create a user, and we create the user, and then we exit out. We go in here and we set some variables in the HTTP section, okay, which is what we're all thinking, like this is only over HTTP. However, down here in number 8, as we've now turned on the authentication on, we will need to enter our username and password before using the InfluxDB CLI tool, the command line interface tool, which is not what we, so I've restarted the database right there. Except for I just did another edit.
Yeah. Do you think restarting it again would help?
And then I need to restart it again, otherwise it won't, right? Because I was trying to test HTTP without there being HTTP turned true. But then, right, I think Kathleen is pointing out that if we go over here, authentication and authorization, thinking this is what we're manage security and authentication. Let's look at the second one real quick. Authentication. So by default, authentication is disabled in the configuration file. So here's enable true, bind the address, and all this other stuff, right? And then it actually has a certificate using, right? So there's a bunch of other things going on there that we didn't anywhere get close to. And then you restart. Authentication with CLI. There are 3 options for authenticating with CLI, right? Authenticate with the influx username, influx password environment variable. Authenticate setting the username and password flags when you start CLI. So this is, we set those flags. Right? Authenticate with the auth user password starting with the CLI. So then you would do auth, and then you would type in user and password. So even though I typed in influx when we got there, like that doesn't mean, okay, so I know I never finished my thought out loud. Right, this one shows, so I'm looking at this one right down here, right? So as an example.
I think you're right. It says if you go back to creating a new database, it can't parse authentication.
It won't do it.
Yeah.
So you,
yeah.
Kathleen and I are thinking together, like, and I'm not even saying it out loud.
Yeah, that's it.
So we're there, and if I wanted to create, right? Create. Do I have to? Now I got to go back to what the command was. Create something, right? Just create.
Create database and then test.
Great. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Oh, I should click on this. Okay. So yeah, so I'm not, okay. Yes, that proves what we set up worked. What we set up worked. And I apologize for kind of the,
but that's exactly the same thing that your students do too. They're like, well, wait a minute, hold on, but I can still do this. You have to be able to understand and explain why. So I mean, that's awesome. It's not a bad thing.
I know it's not a bad, but I know, like, I start to say something, then I stop because I'm like, I kind of move on to the next thing in my mind. I'm already kind of moving that direction. So, okay, so so the instructions again, right, work the way I expected them to work, but the fact was that when I logged in and I got the prompt, or when I started influx and I got the prompt, I was like, oh, I'm able to get in. However, I'm not able to do anything, right? I'm not able to do anything except maybe, right? What if and we haven't even tried this, right? What if I tried to do select, right? At that point, I'm not actually doing anything to the database. I am just selecting information from the database. Is authentication gone to the point where only, right? So yeah, you have to be logged in as an individual. And now that I'm here, I can go, well, auth, right? And I can do admin and I can do password, right? And now if I were to then do select, whoa. Oh, you know why? Let me go back in. Let me do this again. I'm going to exit out. Hold on. Everybody see what mistake I made? I didn't actually use the database. Right? I created a database, but I wasn't using anything. So I wanted to exit completely out. I want to go influx. Okay. And I'm curious, can I use a database that already exists? So I'm going to grab, because I don't want to type in pi my life up temperature. Why is it not letting me copy that properly? All right. So interesting. So database doesn't exist. Okay. So authentication credentials. So you have to have credentials to actually use it. Like I'd have to create a user that could actually access the database. So just because I can get into the CLI of influx doesn't mean I can do anything. And in fact, this is proving that I can't do anything because I can't even open a database, which means I can't query a database unless I authenticate, right? So now I'm going to authenticate with admin and password again. And then I'm going to try to use the database. I'm using the database, right? And then I'm going to try to select the value, and I can be able to select the values, right? So this is good, right? Mm-hmm. So just me wanting to verify that this works, because your typical student, and that maybe I'm wrong, but your typical student will just run those instructions and go, yeah, I'm logged in, great. And not even bother. Like I was like, wait a second, I shouldn't be able to get to that prompt. And I was thinking I couldn't, you know, if I got to the prompt that I could do anything. This is showing us that if you get to the prompt, that doesn't mean squat. If you're not authenticated, you can't do anything, right? Even if I give you to the prompt. Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of, decent. I mean, sorry for the rabbit hole, but it's like, just, I want to make sure that I understand it, right? And then as I'm working through and understanding it, and I'm testing it and troubleshooting it, right? Multiple folks got involved with, well, try this, try that, try this, right? Even to the simple fact of, you know, hey, you should probably restart because you made a change to the config file, kind of a deal. And because I did make that change, I'm wondering if the, oops, I fired it up twice. I would suspect this is, I'm going to try it, but I would suspect that I need more configuration changes than enable, right? Enable this, right? And I would need more than just telling it to enable. Yeah. So I think there's, and that's going to go back over here. And right, maybe we do HTTP and we try to figure out how to do that. Okay. So authorization failed. Did anybody else get an authorization failed when they, and that, are you talking about at the, when you typed in the logins?
Yes, when I typed in the logins, I got into Influx and then I typed AUTH auth. It asked me for the username. I type in admin password. I type in password, and then I try to use the Pi My Life temperature, and then that's when it gives me the warning.
And so that would be back to, like, if you, right here, when you created the user, was it admin and password without the parentheses, without the carets?
Oh, no, I added those carets.
So that's your password, caret, password, caret.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Try that.
All right.
That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I think it's a pretty good guess, though.
So I make my students type out everything because, you know, it's super hyper syntax sensitive.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
So if they're mad, but I have it turned off on all the VMs and stuff that I use where you can copy and paste.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But you guys don't want to watch me type for 2 hours.
You were right. That fixed the problem. That was it.
Excellent. All right, so we made it to the end of this tutorial. So we have installed and created an Influx database. We have also set authentication permissions. We've created a database. We've queried the database, right? Really simple. We haven't done anything complex. We haven't tied things together. We haven't done any of that kind of stuff. But for this particular piece, like, and we did some exploratory, like we got into some crazy stuff. And then I think, like, you know, I think it would be fun. We're not going to do it because I really want to get the rest of the project done. But I think it would be fun to try to figure out how to get the web interface component to function, right? How that works, right? So that could easily be, right, in a database class, or a project in a sysadmin class, or a project in even in an IoT class, like creating a database and being able to dump data into it, right? That's a good skill to have, right? That's a good skill to have. So, all right, I'm going to hit exit here. So I'm back at the prompt. We do not, we are done with this, the Influx one. So we're going to go back because we need to do the Grafana one. I think that's how you say it, Grafana. If it's not pronounced that way, then I apologize to whoever created whatever I'm mispronouncing. So let me go to everyone. sometimes I have to think to myself, you're just talking to yourself this whole time, so that, you know, it's just what it is. Okay, so this is going to set up, this is a tool for visualizing your data, right? So we're going to set up this particular piece of software as well. So when they talk about connecting it to the InfluxDB, so these two kind of work hand in hand. Again, this project just needs the Raspberry Pi with the operating system on it, micro SD card, and your Ethernet. We have already loaded the latest and greatest on the update, so I'm not overly concerned about these first two commands. If this was like 3 or 4 days later or a week later, then yeah, you may want to do the update in the upgrade as you go through this. Okay, it looks like we're going to do the same thing we did in the last one, but we're going to, right, we're bringing down the repositories or getting access to the repositories that are specific to Grafana so that we can install Grafana, right? So these are really similar. These commands are really similar to the last one. So I think one of the cool things about this is as your students see these things repeat over and over again, it becomes normal and expected. And then we can, again, you could dig into how these commands are working, what they actually do, and what the -Q and the -O and the dash here at the end, and all those things, what they do. I'm sure we could probably figure out what file the apt key piece is, and we could probably go look at that so that we can, the students can see kind of where these things are going. Today, we're just going to follow the instructions because I really I want you guys to see as much as we possibly can this week. But I will talk about these kind of things just because I want you to constantly think about how can we make this a full immersed learning opportunity. Okay, so the first one, we set up that apt key so that we can go we can add the Grafana list to our app sources, our source list. And that's this next command, is adding those to the source list. So it's the same thing that we did with the Influx database, we are now doing with Grafana. Right? And then we should get an apt update, right? So sudo apt update, right? So, hopefully the students, as they do this, they're like, oh yeah, that's what's next, right? That's what's next. So we know what's, so they get that process figured out. Then we're going to install it. Once we have the list that includes all of the Grafana components, then we can install Grafana and we'll know where to go get them, right? That's kind of the idea of this update, okay? So, and I always kind of take it back to like most folks are familiar with Windows, right? So Windows updates, you can do Windows updates with just the operating system, and you can do Windows updates with the operating system and other Microsoft products like Office. You guys are familiar with that kind of idea? So think on this one, I'm doing the updates. I'm looking at the updates for the operating system and any updates available for Grafana, right? And the last example, all the operating system updates and any updates available for InfluxDB. And I'm just telling it, hey, I'm doing these two pieces, right? Cool, cool, cool. So we got an update there. Now we're going to do the installation of Grafana. And Kathleen, when you say it works, which piece works? Okay, good. Awesome. I would think most of you are probably ahead of me. So we're doing the installation of Grafana at this point in time. So we're going to get these files uploaded or downloaded. Are there any questions as we go along here? And did I miss anything in the, I think most of this, the latest stuff in the chat was all of us troubleshooting, which is awesome. I'm a huge fan of the multiple brain, multiple eyes idea. Okay, so it looks like my installation is completed. Okay, and I'm curious. Okay. So if you look at number 6 there, right, and it has us do enable, but we didn't have to unmask, right? And I'm curious, and this is just me not being as strong in Linux as I probably need to be, which I'm okay with. I'll get there eventually, but I think it says, luckily for us, like I'm highlighting it right here. Luckily for us, Grafana comes with a systemd service file, which seems to me if you have a systemd service file, you don't need to unmask. I'm assuming that's what that means. Is there anybody that understands systemd versus the newer, because systemd is not that's the older stuff, right? Or is systemd the new stuff on Linux?
The new stuff.
So systemd is the new stuff. Okay, so I think that's what's going on there. I think maybe when we look at InfluxDB, what's the old one called? It's not systemd, it's called like the old control system. Going down a path we don't need to go down. Just me.
Are you talking about the init or?
Yeah, the init. Yeah, init. Is it initd?
Yeah.
Okay, so initd used to be like the original way that you do things, and then now systemd has been kind of the newer way that most everything is going to. And I think, right, it's just on kind of how Linux kind of interacts with all of the components. So I'm thinking that's what this means. What I have highlighted means that we don't, because it has a systemd service file, we don't have to unmask it because the system can see it. And I think the unmasking thing is that it can't see it because it's probably using the old initd stuff. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and enable. I'm over here on the left enabling. Right. Excellent. And then we need to start this service. So all we're doing at this point is getting the stuff in place so that we can actually do the lab that we really wanted to do in the first place. But we're learning along the way. Okay, so we went out, we updated the sources list, we did an update, we did an install, we did enable, we started. Okay, to get the IP address assigned to your IP, run the following command. So this command will host name -I, capital I, should give us, that's giving us the IP address. Okay, we're good there. So then, oh, it wants us to go to so to go to the interface, right? We're going to go to here and HTTP, maybe. There we go. HTTP:// and then the IP address. So 172.17.69.220. And then we're going to go on port 3000, which is the port that Grafana is going to use. So we hopefully will get to the Grafana. Yes, I see stuff coming to the management center for Grafana. So that's pretty cool. So it installed a little web server or a web page, right? Or I guess it is a server at this point, right? For us to log into it. Oh, admin. That's, wow, brilliant, right? Awesome. So change it to password. Exactly. Because that's also brilliant. So localhost will work as well if especially you're on the machine. Yeah. If that actually, so technically I should be able to fire off over here in my on my PC, I should be able to hit that same thing, right? 172.17.69.220. Whoops, I need to port 3000 on it. So I get the same thing, right? So awesome. And then I'm gonna change the password. You're right. I'm gonna change the password to password. Because
there are so many great, simple, look at this, this is how this works things that just happened right in the last, 10 minutes.
Yeah, like this whole like, oh wait, I should be able to hit that from anywhere on my web page, on my network, right? That kind of a thing. I don't know. I think that's one of the values of, I think it's one of the values of doing it the way that we're doing it. Like it's, and being this is, I haven't touched it before, right? So there's learning that I'm doing, and I like my students to actually see that. I know there's a lot of instructors that are really uncomfortable with that. And if we run into problems, like, that's kind of where, they don't want to get stuck and they don't want to be, not be able to solve it. I'm fairly confident that we'll either figure it out or we'll all get stuck at the same point, right? And we can then, we have a place for us to launch on the next time we get together. But like in this case, like what I just did, like wasn't on purpose. That's just me thinking and going through that process because I've done this a lot. And I think if the students start to see that, then they start to, like you said, like those two things then are going to link together. And that's like, oh my gosh, that makes sense. Like, and that becomes a normal thing for them.
Well, and also too, I'm not the expert in a lot of the things that I teach. There are some students who know a little bit more than I do, and it gives them a chance and the opportunity to say, hey, well, what about that? So, I mean, it's just so much better. Yeah,
I love it. And I love it when the students, like, they know something and they're like, what about this? I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. Or that was, thanks for pointing that out. Like, we're not going to all get stuck together. So that's awesome. Okay, so I have it fired up on, I actually fired it up over here and over here, right? So that's pretty cool on both machines. And then let's go back over here. I know there's a bunch of arrows that we have to do. We changed the password. I logged in. This is what the screen looks. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. This is what my screen looks like. It doesn't look like this. Unless I go to, is there a dashboard that I'm supposed to go to? So this may be a little bit older, but I see there's add a data source right there, new dashboards right there. I would assume there's an add a user. This is the tutorial for users, and then plugins, right? So all the same things are there. They just changed the way it looks, right?
You can add it. It looks like you can add a database from Influx in the data source.
Oh, right here. That's awesome. I think we'll end up doing that in the next one. Oh, we're at the end of this one. Yay. So we have the two pieces set up. We have Influx set up and we have Grafana set up. So now what we want to do, what time is it? 3:29. We have an hour and a half. So let's take, you know what? This is a great place to take a break, right? Popcorn break. And then we'll come back and we'll do this, the internet speed. Now, the reason we did these two setups, Influx and Grafana, I wanted to do them separate. You'll see some links in this tutorial out to go set those up. We've already done that. So we can create the database and we can do all the pieces already, right? So we could have done each of these separately. I think we can add, we're going to create a database on Influx that's specific for the internet speed monitor and then tie it to Grafana at the end of the tutorial. Okay. But let's do 15 minutes. Is 15 minutes okay? So 45 or 15 minutes till. We'll be, it's my time is 3:30. It's half past the hour. Let's do 15 minutes. Let's and then we'll come back and we'll jump into the internet speed monitor and we'll hopefully tie these three pieces together, right? So the two pieces we've done plus now the speed monitor component, which is a Python script that we're going to build. And we're going to do all of that still on that same Raspberry Pi, right? So the one Raspberry Pi that we've got, this one here, I'm going to actually close down the Chromium browser so we don't get confused about where we're at. So this is the Raspberry Pi that we're using. This is the Grafana web interface. I can move that out of the way for now. And then the instructions that we're using here. This is the instructions here. I'm going to copy those into the chat. And now at this point, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to turn off my video, and I will be back in 15 minutes. See you. Cool. You guys ready? Here we go. All right. So we're going to be creating this internet speed monitor. It's going to be based on Influx. It's going to be based on, presenting the data with Grafana, which we've already installed. We are going to connect to the speed test network, right? So if you were to go out to do, to a web page, you just do, search speed test, right? This UCLA, that's how I say it. Again, I don't know, right? UCLA is what I'm assuming, right? This speed test here where you hit go, right? Maybe. And I'm curious. Okay, yeah, so that's good. All right. So that's how, if you go to the web page and do your speed tests, right? 8 millisecond ping, I get 240 average, and then like upload is really bad. So that's why it takes time for my files to get where they need to be. So this is how you would go using a web page to go do this, right? We are going to use software, right? We're going to actually connect to it in the background and do that same kind of testing using the Raspberry Pi, and then we're going to collect that data in a database, that Influx database that we created, and then we're going to present that data using Grafana. That's the plan here. So in this case, right, we just need, and they said a USB drive. I'm curious on that one. I just noticed that. I'm hoping that that's not an issue. I don't know that it is, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. So apt-get update, apt-get upgrade. I don't know that we need to do that again because we've done all of those things already. So number one, I'm going to skip number one. We've already done it, I know, on this machine, multiple times in the last couple. Sorry, it's the check pops up and I try to read it and I'm like, I should just kind of hide that, but then I miss things. So we're not going to do number one, right? That's as simple as that. And what we need to do then is install apt transport -http and I would say GNU PG1 and then dirmngr. Okay, and then it explains here again. I really, and I think Joe pointed this out earlier. One of the reasons why I like these is they explain what's going on. And I use a lot of instruction that explains what's going on, but you'll still have students that just copy and paste, right? And then when they don't know what it works, it's real obvious by their questions that they didn't read. So the fact that they didn't know what's going on, it's kind of on them at that point. And I kind of let my students know this over and over again. Like if you don't read in between, then you're missing out on the actual learning process. And you're just, all you're doing at that point is simply copying, pasting. So I'm hoping that over time, I can influence more and more students to actually read the instructions and kind of figure out what's going on. But these are 3 different packages that we need. And they explain what we need them for. APT Packet Manager, right? It will help us with connecting to UCLA. The GNU PG1 package is used for secure communications between the Raspberry Pi and the speed test. And then dir manager is utilized for handling additional package repositories on the Raspberry Pi source list. Okay, which I think we've done some of those things already by doing those other labs. So we'll see if we need to mess with that, but we're going to go ahead. I'm going to do all of these. It's not going to hurt to have them on the machine for future projects. So one of the things I think by the way we did it, by going out and doing those other things, we're going to be able to, if we understand what we're doing, we'll be able to skip some of the steps in this tutorial because we've already done those steps, right? And if students, I'm hoping that by doing this, like the students would actually start to see, oh wait, I've already done that. I don't need to install Grafana. It's already done. It's already been installed. Or I don't need to do this piece because I've already, or I don't need to add that to the packet manager because it's already in the packet manager because I just did it, not, a half an hour ago, kind of a deal. Okay, so we're doing the installation of those three. Those went pretty quick. That's nice. I like it when they go fast. Okay, so we are actually going to install the app key again. So, but you can see here, this is for key server Ubuntu. This is not what we did earlier. And then down here, we're echoing this into the UCLA bin tray. So these are in addition to what we've already done. Like these are different packages. Okay, so these are definitely something that we need to run. And this is again, creating that source, the key, right? Creating the key for us to add the update list to our sources, okay? This is the third time in a row for a third different product that we needed to do this process, okay? So I'm just copying and pasting those two commands over, right? The first one sets up the key. It looks like it imported and did what it's supposed to do. The second one is setting up the repository list, okay? And because we've updated the repository list, we need to, I was hoping to get to I'm just going to type it. Sudo, it'll take less time to type. Sudo apt update, okay? So what we're doing is just loading up the new list, including all the stuff that we just added to the, you can see here's all the UCLA and there's the influx and there's the Grafana. So we're adding, like every time we look, we're looking at all of those pieces to add additional packages to our system, right? To update the packages from Grafana, from influx, and from UCLA. And then our regular Raspberry Pi items are in there as well, okay? So we've loaded up the list here with number 5, the Sudo apt update. And then we're going to install speed test, right? Which is part of that UCLA package here, right? The speed test would not have been part of the regular repository list. So let's do that installation. Okay, so we've installed speed test, the application, onto our Raspberry Pi, okay? And then to run it, to get into the CLI for speed test, we just type the word speed test. And we're gonna yes, right? I think we need to type the word yes, hit enter. That's accepting the license. And oh, look at there, we're doing a speed test. Not nearly as fancy as an HTTP web page, right? But same data, right? So,
no ads.
No ads, no nothing, right? Pretty nice. But you can see, right, the numbers are pretty similar to what we got before. I love it. And then you actually, if you wanted to see the results, there's actually a web page for you to go see the results. Come see our ads. Anyways, good. So updated the libraries, right? So we can, updated the lists so that we can install speed tests. We installed speed tests. We ran speed tests. We can see that it runs in the command line. It also runs, we've also seen it run over here. I'm running it off of my PC, but it runs from the web page as well. And you can see the numbers are pretty close. 4.28 versus 439, 236.78 versus 237.97, right? So pretty good. And then 8 meg ping, or 8 millisecond ping, and an 8.58 millisecond ping. This one shows me some jitter. This one's not showing jitter over here. So 2.91 millisecond jitter. All right. Excellent. All right. Now we are going to.
I'm getting an error. I'm getting an error on step 3. The sudo apt -key advance that's returning GPG : key server receive failed : no data.
Did you include all the numbers at the end?
Yep. I did it. I ran it twice.
And you currently have.
After I did the first install this new thing, then do I do the updates again?
No, like, so I'm going to scroll up my thing here, but we do the app install for all of those, right? We install all 3 of these at the same time.
Yep.
And then you just run, the next command is the sudo apt -key advance. This is the.
That's where I'm getting hung up.
I wonder why.
The previous command ran with the same results. So if we're talking about the previous step, then that has the same processing triggers for the database. And then I'm not able to go to that next one. But I remember I am behind the firewall, so I don't know if that's having any issues with that.
But we did something similar to this earlier. I wonder, is there? Let me go look. So my thinking on this is, whoops. So like if I'm just gonna go look at Grafana real quick, right? So here's Grafana. So we did a wget command. This command is a tad bit different, and I wonder if that's it. Well, see, here's the apt key here. So it is running apt key. This command is slightly different than this. Like we're not going out and grabbing the key. We're actually giving it a key. We're actually giving, that's what this last little piece here is. We're giving it the key there. But when you run this command, it's doing the sudo apt key add. It's adding this key here. And over here, we're doing the same thing, similar thing, I guess. We're just doing it a different way.
One says add and one says add ADV.
Right. So let's look at apt-key. So keyring add, and then ADV is right there. So add a file name. So we add a file name because, so in this previous command here, we're adding this because it's a file name, right? So we're adding the key because in a file form. Mm-hmm. Whereas if we go to ADV, pass advanced options to GPG using the advanced -recv key, or we're using advanced -- key server. So we're telling it, here's your key server. Here's your receive key, which is the piece that it's talking about right here, right? And we're handing it this key.
Yes.
So it's just a different way to note that there are no checks performed. So it is easy to completely find the apt secure infrastructure if used without care. So this, I think we're kind of forcing the key here. So I think is what it sounds like from this here. So this command, I wonder. Yeah, I mean, maybe is anybody else having a failure here, or is it just David and his? Because I know a couple of you are behind firewalls, right? Or is it just David at this point that has? Behind
share
it, like
your screen, if you don't mind, David, share your screen. Let's look.
Will do. There
We'll put about 14 eyes on it, see if we can figure it out.
Bingo. I'm curious, receive failed.
So the previous command seemed to execute identically or expectedly. And then that's when I got, I followed with the next, was it step 3? And I tried to do it twice because once it gave me the error, I thought, well, maybe I pasted it wrong. Then I just redid it.
So I'm looking. Okay, so that's weird. So I'm looking at a forum on MX Linux, and somebody had the same exact problem. The suggestion was, or the answer was, I suspect you're having problems getting to the key server. Right?
So I was going to say, scroll back up and let's see if there were some errors installing in some of that. Scroll up on your stuff, David.
Suggested package, the following new package will be installed. All right, so update.
Scroll down a little bit.
I'm not seeing any failures there.
Do an update real quick.
Update?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Because I saw the same thing, Carrie. It's saying something about it. It can't get to the server. Now, I don't know if that would be blocked by his firewall, but.
Oh, but wasn't there supposed to be an update after we did? No, not after the install. Not after the install. Because the install was supposed to install that apps-transport-HTTP was supposed to be the, if I remember the instructions correctly, that was supposed to make sure that this piece would work.
Okay, run your line again.
Yeah, so the HKP. So I wonder.
Why don't you redo the update, the install, that line when you do the install of the 3 packages?
Right. Do you want to go back? You want him to go back up to that point?
Yeah, when you did the sudo apt install and the 3 packages.
So go back to the first step again, step 1.
Well,
just
step.
You want to scroll up there?
Step 2. Go do the step 2 again.
That one.
Yeah.
So do we have every dir, mngr, apt transport? Oh, where did my stuff go?
It's apt. Oh yeah. Oh, that's okay too.
Trying to get to my instructions real fast. So apps, yeah. So it's just apps install. Those look fine. Those look right. I mean, it looks like they were just copied over.
Do that again.
Okay.
So nothing installed, nothing removed, nothing upgraded. So that's what we should have expected from that. The wonder if there. So So go back to do an up arrow, and then after the first key server and before the second key server. So go back to the K on right there. Go one more to the right, right there. So right there, type in HKP : forward, and then run that. Oh. So you're having some issue getting to this server.
And you.
So do this, go do another up arrow. And so then let's try, so go back to where it's right there. Whoop, go to key servers, go to the E on key servers. The first E, sorry. No, oh, the second E, the one in the middle. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. So so keys dot. So put a dot there, and then GNUPG .net, and then get rid of the rest of that all the way to .com. So backspace.com back to .net, right there. One more, that one. Now run that. Yeah, so it's not letting you get to these servers. Get rid of the HKP : forward, and just put keys.g GNUPG.net. We're gonna get rid of the HKP part.
HKP?
Yeah, HKP and the forward. Just have it say keys right there. And then I'm just trying, like, it's the way the error in the way I understand the error, like you aren't able to get to this. And I'm assuming this is a firewall issue. Like, I don't know why it would be
that would be my guess also. So I don't want to.
I don't know why it would be on that much lock. That seems crazy.
I'm wondering, do you have access to a VPN server? I don't know if you connect to a VPN server, and then that could be.
No. That's okay. I don't want to slow the group down, and I appreciate you looking at it, but I'd rather see the project finished than get caught up in the minutia here.
Okay.
I can tell it's a me issue and not a group issue.
Yeah, I mean the errors are the way I've seen 3 errors, and they all say the same. This thing right here, and it's not being able to get access to that, whatever that server is. And I just gave you a different server because there was a couple different servers that you could try. But okay, so unshare your screen.
Yep. Going there now.
Awesome.
There's some other stuff that I found looking at about proxy servers and stuff as well. So
okay. But yeah, so there may be some things like that we need to we could probably try to investigate. There is a way to set up a Raspberry Pi as a proxy, so we may wait. That may be our next project. To kind of punch a hole through. Okay, so
get David out in the free world.
Don't tell the systems administrators.
No, I'm not going to tell nobody nothing. What are you talking about?
They're listening.
They are. I've had conversations and then had web advertisements show up moments later.
Yeah, that's the creepiest.
That part, like, what the heck is going on there? Okay, we're back here to we're not going to worry about that piece right there. So we just, so everybody but David at this point has been able to, hopefully, I did the apt key, we did the echo, we did the updates, right? And then you did the installation of speed test, and we ran a speed test. That's where we left off. I think step 6. No. Why am I looking at Grafana? There we go. This is what I'm trying to get to. I thought we were on step 6. We are on step 6. We're on step 7. And then my chat went away. Let me get to chat. Chat hid. Okay. So we ran number 6, which is speed test. We got the speed test done. So now the next step is for us to write a Python script. Okay. So we're going to do some Python programming at this point in time. So the first 2 commands here, we're going to do cd tilde whoops, I should get into my command here, cd tilde, not exclamations, tilde, space, why is it capital? Me and my fingers. Okay. And then we're going to create a Python file called speed test, right? And we're going to create that by doing sudo nano speed test .py. Okay. So, and by the tilde, we went back to the home directory. So it should be in this file should be in the home directory. And we need to import some libraries. It explains what the libraries are going to do down here. But with most Python programming, you import the components that you need for that particular program. So import OS, right? Import RE, import subprocess, and import time. Okay, and explains here what they do. Right, so OS library allows us to interact with the operating system. The RE library allows us to use regular expressions. The subprocess menu is essentially, we need this library to call another Python script that allows us to go and call other things. And then time library allows us to interact with the clock and pull time and timestamp stuff and things like that. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Then there's a line. So the library allows us to track the speed over time. So there is this response subprocess. Okay. So the subprocess is going to allow us to call that speed test application that we installed, right? So this is allowing us to run that application from Python. Okay. So the next line, you know, and I agree with Joe, we should be typing all this stuff in so we get it all correctly done. However, and what happened there? Okay, all the way over. Okay. So that line there, right? The whole line is allowing us to go and call a program that's outside of Python and run that program. Okay. So that's what that piece is going to do. And then we're going to do a ping. We're actually going to pull the data. It looks like it's right here. So using, okay. So up here, it explains we're going to use that to read the information, right? And then down here, we are using the RE, the regular expression search, to find the pieces out of the data and assign them to variables, right? So we're creating a variable called ping, and we're looking in the data that was pulled from this upper speed test up there. And we're calling it ping, right? And then you can see that's the latency. There's a download, there's an upload, and there's a jitter. So we're pulling those 4 pieces of data out of the response from up here. And we're assigning them to 4 different variables, okay? So that's all this section is doing, and there's a lot going on in here, and obviously right, with our timing today, we don't really have time to kind of dig into, you know, what all these little, you know, slashes and parentheses and all that. But basically what it's doing is it's searching the line of data that we pulled from the subprocess. We're running subprocess and we're running speed test, and we're dumping that data into a single line of data. And then we're using the next 4 lines to parse that data out into variables that we're going to use later on. That's essentially what's happening with this deal. And then down here, it's saying that we are, it's important that we use the group function to grab correct numbers from our regular expression. So we're going to grab we're grouping the numbers out of those variables that we created a minute ago, right? And we're reassigning them to, whoops, I have to get rid of this ping here. I was on the line above, right? So these variables here, this line here goes and grabs a set of speed test data. This starts to parse it out, and then this puts it in a format that we can use, okay? There's a lot going on with this. So this could easily, again, like I said, we could make this project the whole week if we really wanted to, and we can dig into each piece and each line and do that kind of thing. Then we wouldn't be exposed to all the other things going on. But you could easily, like this could be a project in your Python class. It could be a project in a sysadmin class. It could be this could be a project in your IoT class, right? The idea of this is that we can grab a piece, and each time a student sees pulling out the sub process, like they start to learn more about how that sub process works, right? And that kind of thing. Okay. The next one here, right? This bit of code is straight. They say it's straightforward. I love that, right? It's straightforward. It's in a try statement, so if something breaks, it keeps on going. It doesn't break the system. It says we're gonna open up the speed test CSV. So we're gonna open up the speed test CSV. I believe the A, by using the A plus in the argument, tells us we want to create the file if it doesn't exist, and add, and that any new data should be appended. Okay, so this A plus, the first line here, open up this file. If the file already exists, if the file doesn't exist, create it. If it already exists, append to it. Okay. And then the second line, we utilize the OS library to check our speed test CSV file actually has a size in bytes. If the file is equal to 0, we go ahead. If the file does not exist, we proceed as normal. Okay. So this is just going to check to see if that file exists. Okay. That's what this set of code is going to do. So this is where we're creating the CSV file where we're going to dump the data for this project. Okay. The next one here. Finally, we print out our data separated by columns. So this is going to be a formatting thing. We're writing out all the data, right? You can see the ping, jitter, download, upload. That's the same set of stuff here, right? We've got a timestamp that we're adding on to it. That's where we pulled up time, right? So a lot of formatting is going on here to print a line of code on the screen, it looks like, right? It looks like this is going to print to the screen. Or maybe, right, finally, we print out our data and separated by columns. So no, this is going to actually put the data, the right is going to put the data in the file itself, it looks like. Okay. Cool. So we're here, we're on step 2. We have created the variables. Right? We actually pulled the data. We ran the speed test, pulled the data. We pulled out specific pieces of that data, or created the data. Sorry, we created the data. We pulled the specific pieces out. We converted it to a usable format. We look to see if there's a file available, and if not, we're going to append. If there is a file, we're going to append. If not, it's going to create it. And then, right, so right there, it's writing that data, right? And then we're going to, looks like this is going to put it in a different format. I'm trying to understand, do we have to actually, line 19, is this actually, because this line is real similar to this one. So we're actually up here writing the data into the CSV file. And then we're writing the data again, maybe to the screen, because we're really not putting it anywhere. Oh, we are, that is printing out the data. So that's going to put it on the screen. So right here, the line that I'm kind of pointing to, that actually writes it into the data, into the CSV file. This is going to format it and put it on the screen for us. Okay. And then this is an example of the output. So we'll see date, time, and all the information that's there. Okay. So once we've finished writing our code, it will look like this, which is what we have here, right? We have the import OS. I'm gonna go over here real fast, right? Import OS, RE, subprocess, time, response, pull, run that program, pull the data. manipulate the data, make the data usable, write the data to a CSV file, and then print the data on the screen. That's what this essentially is doing. Fair enough. I know we're going really fast through that process, but you could easily, like this could be an entire class to go through a class period. I could see like going through what each line does like individually, so we can start to figure out, we can kind of tear it apart from there. Okay. So Control X, yes to save it, enter to save speedtest.py. Okay. So our script is now written, and we need to make a folder where the speedtest CSV file will be stored. If you look up here, it's going to be home, py, speedtest, speedtests. Okay, so speedtest is the folder. So we need to make that folder. We are in, so pwd, we are in the home py directory. So we're going to make a directory here, mkdir. We're actually telling it to do it in the root directory. And then the directory needs to be speedtest. So that's what the command in number 5 is going to do, is create that directory. So if I ls here, you can see that I now have a speed test directory, and my speed test py is in the home directory. So this is the program that I just wrote, and this is the folder that we just created. Okay. To run the program, Python 3. Right, the tilde / puts us in the home directory, speedtest.py. Okay, so we're going to run the program using Python 3. So it's running the speed test in the background. When it's done, it should create the speed test CSV file, and it should print the results on the screen. That's what I envision. Let's see what happens. So. Right, and remember, the speed test takes a little while to do its testing, right? So it's not like it's not an instantaneous thing. So I wonder where that second write is supposed to go.
The output goes to the directory. It's a CSV file.
Yeah, so there should be a CSV file here. My curiosity is, there's a write here and a write here. Does this just change the formatting of that, or because I don't know. We'll go look at the file. Let's do that. Right. So the file is here. So just to get our bearings straight, ls, right? I'm in the root directory. If I go to the cd speed test, right? I'm in the speed test directory now. And then I do an ls there. I should have a speedtest.csv, which was created by our program, and it should have the data from our last speed test in it. Okay. So that being said, I've moved out of the root directory. So the command in number 7, right? I don't have to write that command because I know where I'm at. Right? So my command needs to be nano. I could do the tilde speed test. That's a lot of extra typing. So I'm just going to do speed test because I'm already in the directory that I wanted to be in. Okay. And then you can see the data that was written, right? Date, time, ping, jitter, download, and then it wrote that piece of information. All right. Now I think this is making more sense. Let me go up here. This command right here writes the headers, and it will never run again because the CSV file is already created. Okay. That's what this is saying. If this exists, if it doesn't exist, create it, right? And if you create it, then write the headings. If it already exists, I want to append any additional data. This line is writing the data that's writing this piece of data to the file. This line writes the headings on the file. Okay. If I run the speed test again and we come back in here, I fully expect there to be a second line of data here. Okay. That's what I fully expect. So I'm going to Control X this because I didn't make any changes. I'm going to go back to here. and I'm going to run speed test again. Okay. So I'm running speed test again to confirm that I understand what the code is doing. Okay. If I look at the code on the right-hand side of the screen here, when I get to this try statement, I'm going to open up this file. If it exists, I'm going to open up the file and I'm going to append it. If it doesn't exist, I'm going to drop to this next line. I'm going to create the file and I'm going to write these headings. Okay. But I'll only write this second line. I'll only write the headings if the file doesn't exist. Okay. I ran the speed test a second time. I fully expect there to be a title and then 2 sets of data. Okay. I expect 2 sets of data. So I'm going to nano into that file just to see what the file looks like. And now you see I have 2 sets of data. Okay. Every time I write it, this right here is going to append the data to the existing file. If I wipe out the file, it will recreate the file and it will write this line. And then every single time I run the speed test, it will add an extra line to this data. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I'm hoping, I'm just trying to explain so that we understand kind of what's going on in the code. Do we have to know everything about this code? No, but I understand now exactly what's going on with the code. I understand maybe I couldn't write this code today, right? But I understand what it's doing. And then by understanding what it's doing, I can start to then figure out how to backtrace out or, reverse engineer it so I can write it myself in a future example. Or if I have this example saved, I can then use the pre-done code in a new format later on, which is what I use in my IoT class. I have my students tear apart code that's posted and then use that code. I don't really have them rewrite or write brand new code at all. I have them reuse code that exists already. So I'm going to jump back down to where we are. We ran the we made the directory speed test. We ran the speed test. I ran the speed test twice. We have now looked at the data twice. This is an example of the data. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to use Grafana to display. Now I wonder, so that's just running one time. So we haven't gotten to where we're going to run it kind of on a normal basis yet. So I'm hoping that comes up some point. We need to, right now we're writing to a CSV file. We want to dump this data into the database. Okay, so that's the next piece. So that's what this is, right? And we've already, right, here's that command again. We want to log into our Influx database. And right, so that's mine. So that gets me to the prompt. Sweet, right? And I should be able to create this database called Internet Speed. I'm in the speed test folder. I want to be, you can use the MV command.
In V?
M as in Mike, V as in Victor.
Okay.
And you move and you type in the full, I want to say URL, but the full, path and file of the existing file, and then space and the full path of where you want to put it. If you have your file in the wrong directory, or you can, are you further down? Are you talking about the database thing or something else?
My speedtest.py ended up in directory pi somehow. So when I look for the file, it says home pi and then speedtest.py.
Oh, no, the py is supposed to be there.
No, but the home pi, shouldn't I be in the home directory?
No, home/pi is the home directory.
Home/pi is the home directory? Really?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so I'm going to exit out of this real fast so I can show you what I'm talking about.
Because I'm getting an error. It says it can't open the file when I run the Python 3 at speedtest.py.
Is speedtest.py the actual file name? So if you do an ls, is that what the file name match the command?
got another typo.
Okay. No worries. So I'm at speed test right here. So I'm in the speed test directory. If I do a CD space tilde, that's going to take me to the home directory, right? And if I do a PWD, which is going to show me my present working directory, home/pi is the home directory for on the Raspberry Pi. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Cool. I'm going to fire up Influx again. I'm logged in. I am going to create that database, this one right here. So we're going to create internet speed. Right? So this, what's nice about the way we've done this, like the students they already know that what that does. We've already kind of created that piece. We also have now, we're creating a new user, right? And I'm just going to use theirs, right? We could just use admin and password if we really wanted to. And you can see grant all on internet for the purpose of the instruction, right? We're going to stay this route. However, you could talk about, well, I'll just use admin password, right? I'll use the user that I already created, or, right? We don't have to call the password Pi My Life up. You can use something completely different, and it doesn't have to be speed monitor. It can just be speed. Like you can create whatever user. Just if you change these items later on, you need to understand. In fact, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll force my students to change those. You're not allowed to use, right, the default usernames and passwords that the instructions give you. You have to create new usernames and passwords in order to make sure that they're thinking through the process and not just copying the data. Okay. However, that being said, I'm going to copy the data. Do as I say, not as I do. So I created a user speed monitor. I understand what's going on. I could do whatever, but I don't want to confuse others at this point, right? Create the speed monitor user with the password Pi My Life up. We are also then, it says grant all on, right? We could have done with all, previous example from the we could have gone back and we could have put that all in one line. Like he's got it on 2, grant all on. Okay. Do you guys know what I'm going to go there, right? Because this is the kind of things that I want my students to start making the linkage, right? I want them to oh, wait, I could have done that differently. So we did an influx. So let's do influx there. On the influx instructions, we created a user kind of down right here. No, not right there. Oh, we did, right? No, we did it after we did the database. So after the database, we did this, right? Create user admin with password, blah, 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 with all privileges. Okay. I believe that this command, one line command, is the same as us doing this line and this line, right? I would want to double check, does grant all mean with all privileges? I would assume, right? With all privileges and grant all seem to be the same thing to me. I'm not sure. But that's how I would kind of approach this. Like, are these the same? Maybe you can have the students go figure out, are those the same thing, right? Or is there some silly, idiosyncrasy, like maybe grant all is not really granting all, right? Or something along those lines. I would be surprised if it wasn't. So that being said, like I could have done this with one command instead of 2 commands. Okay. So we're going to grant all on internet speed to speed. Oh, no. 2 different things now that I look at it, right? 2 different things. This one is giving me permissions to everything on internet speed database to speed monitor. The other admin is all privileges to all databases. Okay. Which would be a good, right, comparison. Like, hey, is that the same thing? And then, students can tell me whether it is or not. So we've given the speed monitor user all rights on the internet speed, on the internet speed database. Okay. So we created a database, created a user, assigned a password, gave permissions to the internet speed database to the new user. And now they want us to quit. I'm out. See you later. last thing we need to do is install the Python library we need to interact with the database. So now what we need is we need to install the tools that we can use in Python to connect directly to the database. Okay. So we do another sudo apt get install. This reminds me, there's a picture out there that kind of explains the difference between, I'm going to hit Y to let this install goes. The difference between Apple, Windows and Linux. Have you guys seen that? You guys know what I'm talking about? Apple, Microsoft, Linux picture. I'm going to take this off screen just to make sure that I don't do anything inappropriate, because you never know with these searches. There is a comparison of these three that I think it's just funny, right? And everything that we're doing today, yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. So this, and it's hard to, I wish that was bigger. I feel like this today, right? So every time we need to do something, I have to install something else. Like I need this piece to make this piece work. I need this piece to make this piece work. So the Mac, right, is you know, it's a bike. It's going to get you from point A to point B. It's got training wheels so you won't fall over. It's not going to go too fast, right? Windows, right? It's also a bike, but it goes really fast. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to crash, right? And then Linux, here's all the parts. You got to build your own bike.
Linux, it's the IKEA of computer operating systems.
That's kind of what I feel like today. Like, because every time I turn around, like, oh, let's install this, let's install that, let's make this work. Like, so, but that's normal on the Linux world. We only install what we need to do the job that we need to get done. So that's what we just finished. It's just finished here. Sorry, I just get sidetracked when my mind goes a little awry there. We installed the Python libraries to connect to the Influx database. Okay. So we wrote a script in Python that allows us to run speed test the application and save data to a CSV file. That's what we've done so far. We've installed speed test. We got that Python script working. Then we went to our database and we set up a database and a user and gave the user permissions to the database so that we can store the data from speed test in the database. We have also installed the pieces that allow us to access the database from Python. Those are the pieces that we've done so far. Okay. Now we want to go into, like, it's going to make me redo the whole thing. I'm not doing that. I'm not retyping and I'm not recopying. so I'm going to go modify speed tests based on what I can see down here.
You just copy the whole script at the bottom. It has the whole.
Yeah. Oh, it does?
Yeah.
The whole thing is on the very bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to do that.
Yeah, and I was going to say there's some differences in it now too. So
up here.
Take the whole 7. Take that whole speed test. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do that then. Okay, so we're going to go up here, back up here to right here, number 1, and we're going to go ahead and do the remove. So that file's gone, right? So the file that we wrote a minute ago, we are deleting it now. Okay. ls/speed test. Oh, it's not in there. It's in the root directory. So speed test.py is gone. Okay. Then we're going to sudo nano /speed test.py. Okay. And then we're going to skip steps 2 through 6 just to get to the actual code, and we can look at what the code is doing here in a second. All right, so I've got all the code there, and Control X Yes, enter. Okay. So on the right-hand side, we kept the RE for regular expressions. We kept the subprocess in order to connect to, or to run the speed test program. We're going to install the Influx client. That's that Python components that we need. I think this line and these lines and these lines are pretty much the same. There may be some minor differences, but the idea is the same. We're going to run speed tests. We're going to grab the data. We're going to parse the data. We're going to make the data usable, right? And then speed underscore data, this is going to be where we actually set up, I believe we're setting up the way the data is going to look. And then over here, we're dumping the, we're opening the file, right? With the speed monitor, all right, and the password and the database that we want to use. And then we're writing that data, okay? So this piece, like those pieces are new, right? I think the rest of this here to here is the same. This is a new line, and we took out time because we don't need it, and we took out OS because we don't need it, okay? And we needed OS because we were going to, we were calling, or we were creating the CSV file. So we needed access to the OS in order to create that file, okay, which we don't do any longer. And we needed time because we were time stamping the record, okay? Because we're dumping this into a Influx database, we don't need time because the database will time stamp each record. And we don't need OS because we're not creating, we don't need to connect to the OS to create the database because Influx controls that component. Fair enough? Okay. So we could have gone through that and step by step and redone things. When I saw it, I'm like, I don't need to do anything here. I could have deleted 2 lines, wrote this line in, and then the rest of this right here had to be done. But that's what's going on. And right here, we're measurement, right? We're putting it all together. This is basically us taking these pieces of data and creating floats out of those, which allows us to have decimals, and putting them in fields called download, upload, ping, and jitter. Right? And then we're writing all that data to the database. Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of. I know it's pretty quick. We have 19 minutes and we are almost done. So that's awesome. The other thing I'm wondering, we don't have any kind of timing on this. Like it's like a one-time deal, right? Or is it going to repeat over and over? I don't see it repeating. I don't know. We'll see about that in a little while. Okay, so the file has been rewritten and it's not writing to a CSV file now, it's writing to the database. So now with this code here, your students could take this code and in the future, if they wanted to pull data from a sensor, they could pull data from a sensor like a sense hat, parse the data out, and then dump it into a database, right? And then pull the data out and use Grafana to chart the temperature changes and stuff like that from a real set of sensors, right? I think if you do the full set of sensors off a sense hat, you're looking at like 6 to 7 different sensor readings. And those can all be graphed separately. So pretty cool stuff. We can talk about a sense hat later. Let's get into Grafana. We already have that open. I thought I had it still open. I still have it open. So here's my Grafana. You need to add a new data source. So we're going to hover. So here's the data source here. And we want to do influx and select. And now you're required to enter the details of the influx installation. Oh, this is our influx installation, right? Right here. Oh, it's already there. Localhost. The database should be set to, that's the URL. URL is there. Oh, database is down here. It needs to be internet speed. Right. The user speed monitor Password is Pi My Life Up. Is that all it was? Not that one. I'm going to scroll up the instructions real quick to verify. I believe it was Pi My Life Up. Pi My Life Up. Speed monitor or internet speed, Pi My Life Up. Okay. Back down to the database. So we're in Grafana connecting to our database. We're connecting to the local server to the internet speed database using speed monitor and the password that we set earlier, right? That would be step number, this step here, 5, I think it is. And then save and test. I'm gonna hit save and test. Data source updated, bad gateway. Doesn't like that. Did I have to type the gateway in? I think I needed to paste that gateway in. So I saw it there as kind of, I thought this was the default, right? So let's see if that's the problem. So that's right. So that was, did you see that? Up here, it looks like it's there. It's just a suggestion. You have to actually type that in. So, but I can see that I've got data sources working. So I've got the save and test. I've got data sources working, which is beautiful. Okay. And then we want to create a dashboard. So then from here we have save and test. Next is to create a dashboard. I believe right here you've got the little plus symbol up on the left. Create dashboard. So we're creating a dashboard for this particular data. Okay. And then we're going to add a query. Yeah, sure we are. Add a panel. Add a panel, add a panel, add an empty panel. This says new panel. So I'm assuming I'm going to do empty panel. That's not what I wanted. Discard.
I think it is. If you scroll down, you'll see that it's not exactly like they show you in the tutorial, but
right.
You can select the options down below. It's really confusing here.
Okay, so right here, right, create dashboard. That doesn't want to let me create the dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to go with blank. And then normally, or in the past, there was this little add query button, but I see query right there. So it's highlighted. So from default, so select measurement. Oh, select measurement. Click select measurement. So do I need to data source? Do I need to find, well, I'm Influx database. How do I connect it to my data?
Okay, I think you just click on select measurement. If you click on it and then you type in internet underscore speed.
Okay.
That's what I
Because it says select your measurement name. So you just typed internet
underscore speed. So that's how it knows which database to choose. And then in the select value, the field value in the next line, that's where you select, you have to click on that value and then type in download.
You have to click here on value and you type in, wow, okay. Got it. Click value next to the field. From here, select either, see, it's like, it's not, okay. And internet underscore speed, is that the database name? I thought it was internet's, I don't know why I'm thinking it's something different. I'll just go with that and see what happens. Download. So we got download. For this guide, we'll be starting with download. So next we want to make a Grafana treat each result as a distinct individual result. We do this by clicking addition button. So we're going to add another one here. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, and I think what happens if you go to the bottom, there's like another link. It calls them like A, B, and C. So there's a plus query. And I think you can click on the plus query and that gives you a second query to work on. It's really goofy.
Yeah, so okay, so All right. Next, so with the measurement set, it seems like it should have grabbed that. Like, why new panel, add query? It seems like it, like, I don't know, maybe that, hopefully that's not a problem. I don't know. It just kind of feels weird. Like this is acting like it should see the data automatically. Like, does that make sense? Like is everybody else having to type that stuff in, or does anybody have it where it automatically is there?
Let's type it in.
Everybody's typing it in. Okay. Has anybody typed it all in and it works? How about that? Let's go with that. It feels strange to me. Right? That's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. It just feels strange to me. So it seems like, right, field, download. Next, we want to make Grafana treat each result as a distinct individual result. We can do this by clicking at the add button on the select row. So we can click the add button on the select row and then hover over aggregations, or just hit the down arrow and hit distinct. Okay. And then finally, let's give the data a better name so we can understand it easier. Set the alias. Is there an alias on here somewhere? Alias is right here. Download speed. Oops, I should spell download correctly. All right, and then we want to add a query, and we're doing the same thing over for each of the values, right? Is that where so select the measurement. We've got to type in internet speed. And then we need to go to select field value. And in that case, we've got two other ones, ping and upload. So this one's going to be ping. Oops. Type in the word ping and then select the word ping. And then we're going to click here, click aggregation, click distinct. We're going to call this ping. And then we're going to add another query. And we're going to do internet underscore speed. And we're going to then select that. We're going to click value, and the value is going to be upload. And we're going to click there, and we're going to click the plus symbol, aggregation, distinct. We're going to call this upload speed. And I believe at that point, we've done the three. Once you've added each of the fields in the graph, click the spanner and cog symbol in the sidebar. Sure, no problem. I'm going to click apply or save. Save. That one's saving the dashboard. So this is internet speed. I'm going to save that. Maybe. My dashboard was saved. Now we're clicking the cog. Sure, we are. And the title option. Was I supposed to do that before I saved it? I saved it as internet. I called it internet speed. I saved it. Save, save, save. You should be able to see your data. Sure I am. Sure. Sure I can. Here's internet speed right there. No data in response. Okay. This is what happens when the instructions are a little dated. I really think, because right, so where is, let's go back to home. Oh, that's the home for the dashboard.
Do you have data? I haven't run anything.
Well, I have the, oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. We have not run the file We haven't run anything. So you're correct. There shouldn't be any data here. They're like, hey, you should see all this data. We never ran it ever, right? After we created the Influx database connection. I never did. Did anybody else? Like, we never ran it here. Like, we need to run Python, Python 3. Let me go back here. Python 3 / speed test .py. I think that's why we weren't getting selections in the database. We never ran the data. We never ran the test. We didn't have data in the database. So I think it was supposed to be like, you connect to the database and it's like, oh, here's the files, and it does its thing. I'm going to move this off to the side. So I think there's this, either we just skipped right over it, or, so right up here, right, save it. It doesn't ever say run it, right? It never says run it. It does create, internet speed is the measurement in the database that we created, which is way up here. We called it internet speed, all one word. So that Python script ran. I'm going to run it again so I have a second copy of it. I'm curious now, if I go to add a dashboard, add an empty panel, if I go here and select measurement, now I have internet speed without typing anything. And then I go values, and I can pick the values. This is a lot more what I was expecting. So distinct values. So now you can see the value showing up on the graph over here.
Can you go back through that, what you just did?
Yeah. How can I kill this panel? Let me delete this panel. I don't see.
Manage.
All right. I'm gonna go back to home. Come on, Carrie, go there. Okay, I'm on the home. So first of all, on the left-hand side, like I've run the speed test twice now. I'm gonna run it again. Okay. So that I have data. Like, we didn't create any data before we tried to connect Grafana to the database. So we had an empty database that we were trying to connect to. So we didn't have any fields for it to grab from. Okay. So then in Grafana, we've already connected to that data source, right? We don't have to do that part again. But when you go to creating a new dashboard, right? So I'm gonna go me and this dashboard here. I'm gonna create an empty panel. So the same exact thing we did before, but now when I come down here to select measurement, because I've connected to the internet speed database and we created an internet speed variable, I can actually select it. And then when I go to select value, I can select download, right? And I can then tell it, hey, that's a distinct variable, right? And we're gonna call it download speed. Okay. And then I can add another query to the database. And the other one, I'm going to select internet speed again, right? The internet speed comes from up here where we created, not there, down, where we created the Python scripts right here. The measurement is internet speed. And these are the 4 fields that are part of this measurement. Okay, so that's what we're pulling right now from here. So internet speed, I click on value, it's going to preload what the values are. So jitter is one of those values that we had available. We're going to make that a distinct variable as well in our graph up above. We're going to call this jitter. Okay, We're going to add another query. So we're basically saying, hey, go out to the database. The database is so we've loaded the internet speed database. Internet speed is the variable that we're going to pull. There's values. There's 4 values as part of this internet speed record, right? So ping is one of those values. We're going to create that as a distinct variable as well, so that it shows up on the chart as its own thing. I've already done that. I don't need to do that again. And then I'm going to create one more. I'm going to pull one more set of variables, which is I think the upload speed. So field upload. And then I'm going to hit the plus arrow. I'm going to down. I'm going to go to distinct. And then at this point, I'm going to apply those. And what you see, I've got download speed, jitter, internet speed. So you can see their numbers there. And then over here on my computer, right, I need to run the test a bunch to get more value out of this. Like I have to keep running this at values to get but I'm now plotting that information on this dashboard. Okay. I wonder if I can I zoom into that data? So this is, you can see the data is being plotted now. Right? It's pretty much straight across, right? 237, 237, 236, 236. My internet speed, I'm not sure what this number is. This one is the internet speed. Oh, I didn't change it. I didn't label that one, crud. So if I go, I want to now, can I manage that dashboard? We're going to save that dashboard. Oh, we're going to save it as my internet speed. Sure one exists the same way. So internet dash speed, save and overwrite. Why does it keep asking me to save? Go back, here's my dashboard here. I don't have a title on it. Edit this dashboard, maybe that's what I'm looking for. So right here I've got download and I put download speed, and right here I've got jitter and I got jitter. Right here I have ping and I didn't name it something, so I'm going to name it ping so I know what the colors are. And right here I've got upload speed. Okay, I can apply that. All right, so now you can see that I've got those speeds. It's not pulling any. What happened to my data? Where did my data go? Table view, fill, actual. So this is based on timestamps. So it should have, I'm like, what happened to my numbers went away. I don't like that at all. What happened there? Because I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should have 6 sets of data in there now.
So if you go up to the top of go back to editing your dashboard.
Okay.
With the queries and everything on it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go up there and to see where it says the last 6 hours, if you'll drop down and change that, it may bring your data into view.
Oh, okay, last hour.
Oh, yours still isn't pulling data.
Yeah, which is weird because it was pulling data a second ago.
Did you put distinct on the end of each one of your data points? Yeah.
Yes, sir. But I had data until I tried to save it. So so I'm okay discarding. Well, now it's refreshing, so I'm gonna.
Okay, so I ran mine a couple of times. I'm still not seeing anything on my dashboard. I mean, just to show me it's connected. Like, you know how you have connections and stuff?
Right. So complete. So
I added a new data source. I went back and saved that.
Okay, so add a data source, influx database, select that. Yeah, this is just, again, like we're just gonna play with it and try Okay, 504 too. It's also 504. So if you have to go somewhere, it's time to go. I had it working for a second, and then I tried to save something and it broke it. So I'm not sure what that happened to go, what that was going on. And now I don't know what this is doing. I'm going to go back to the main page. So there should have been, one of these things should be like so configuration data sources. So like, why do I gotta, like, can I get rid of this? Like this doesn't need to be there. Delete that. And this one doesn't need to be there. Delete that. And then I have this is my primary one, right? This is the one I set up. This is the localhost server, internet speed monitor. I've configured the password. We're going to save and test, make sure that the data is there. So that data source is good. So I'm okay with that. We're going to go back. So now I'm back to the data sources. Let's go back to the home page. I'm going to create a dashboard. So create your first dashboard. We're going to do an empty panel. So I'm on query, and right here on the from, when I click that, I see internet speed, right, which is the data that I'm connected to. And then I click download, and you start to see, you see data in the corner up there. I am going to change this to say the last, hour. And then it goes away. What is going on?
You didn't save it. You have to make them each distinct data points.
Okay, so I've got download. Okay, let me do this.
At the end of yours, hit the plus at the end. No, don't discard it. Just hit your plus right there and aggregations. Make it a distinct data point. There you go.
Okay. Because I was like, why? It was there a second ago and then it went away. Okay, all right. So then those are my data points, the 230s, 238s, right? So that's my data. That's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 data points out of all of this. I'm gonna go back over here and run another one while we're doing this. And then now that I'm gonna call that, what is that one? Download speed?
Download speed,
Okay, and then query. So then you see it's got download speed in the colors there. I'm gonna query my internet speed. I'm gonna query the upload speed, which now puts my little line as a little flat line, right? Because this thing is really lame. Aggregate distinct, and now you see my distinct yellows down here. That's going to be my upload speed. And then I'm going to add another query, selecting from the internet speed values. I'm going to select ping, and we'll make that a distinct variable. So now we have a distinct variable for ping. We'll call it ping. And then finally, we'll do jitter, right? The value for jitter, and we'll make that a distinct, and we'll call it jitter. Okay, now, at this point, I'm assuming I should save. I'm gonna hit save. I'm gonna call this, we'll just call this network speed because I know that's not a file, that's not a name that I've used. I'm gonna hit save. And now I have a panel that shows my speeds, okay? And as I run those speeds, this panel should update, right? Because this is a live connection as far as I understand. I've got, that's where I'm at currently. And it's running a speed test now. And you can see the time blocks like this. It took me time in between those two. Right? So that speed test is done. I'm hoping that it like I don't have to manually update these panels, I would think at a timing, it would add another dot there, right? We'll see if that works or not. In the meantime, I'm going to set this over here because I'm curious if I come back down the instructions, right? We're looking at it on a Grafana. That was the kind of working through that process. Okay, and this is one of the things that I had a student that was really big on the fact that the instructions on, the online instructions didn't match. And I'm like, it's one of those, kind of get over it kind of things, because, right, these instructions were based on what the website was when the instructions were made. And this person doesn't control when those updates to web pages are done. In order to keep it current, like this, that would be a full-time job just to go back and double check to make sure the website hasn't changed at all. It's close. We were able to work our way through it, but it's right. And that's kind of one of the things that students need to see that happening, because it's going to be that way all the time, right? You're going to always
not believe how offended and just horrified they look whenever it doesn't look the same here as it looks over there.
And that's exactly what this was. And you saw, I was confused at the beginning. Kathleen was walking me through it, and then it didn't behave the way I expected it to based on the instructions. And then I realized, I think, I don't know if Kathleen or Joanne pointed out, hey, we haven't run the data, like we haven't actually generated any data. We have nothing in the database.
Yeah, that was Joanne. So I think it's all based on our own experiences. And when you get that experience, you start pulling it all together.
Mm-hmm.
And our students expect it to be perfect, but they don't pay for it. So they don't understand
the
kind of time that it took for us to go through, much less the first person to try to figure this stuff out.
Right. And then that's why I love to do these kind of labs together with the students, because when we run into the issues, we figure them out. We don't bother with the fact that, oh my God, the instructions are wrong, right? We looked at it and go, oh, the page changed. How do we make this work, right? How do we, right? And, luckily with us, like somebody moved ahead and, oh, you go here, right? And then somebody else was like, hey, we forgot to do this. And then I'm like, well, it's not acting the way I really want it to be. Drop downs. There should be drop downs. Like the data should see those. We're going to stop here because we're 11 minutes after. We're going to come back in the morning and we're going to automate. This is the part that was bugging me. And I've said it a couple times already. Like we haven't set this up where I don't have to run it. Like I want it to run automatically and generate this panel so I can look at the panel and tell if my internet is doing good or bad. Like that's the goal of this project. So we will finish this piece in the morning. I'm hoping that you've gotten to this point where you have this panel. Okay. If you need to run the speed test a bunch of times to get to this panel, you may have to do that. I don't know if there's like a refresh on this panel. I don't see a refresh.
Well, and I was noticing too, your upload speed and download speed, Carrie, are so different. That's why, I mean, mine looks different because mine are a little bit closer together. So you may need to like regraduate your panel somehow.
So and it did, like this dropped and that went up, right? So that's kind of cool. And I did that. I just did a refresh, right? So over here, I'm running another speed test and I'll hit refresh after it's done and we should get another data point, right? So it's not an automated process yet, right? But I'm hoping that it is, because this says automating your speed monitor script, right? So automating, right? I want it to be automated. I want to be able to look at this data like this and go, okay, I understand what's going on, right? Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of. Yeah, that's possible. I think we're going to use a cron job and just run that script over and over again. Like, so we're going to run a cron job, which basically is in Linux side of the house, run this Python script every 10 minutes or run this Python script every 20 minutes or half an hour or whatever like that is. And then it's just going to go poof, poof, poof. And then when we come and log in, it will give us the latest set of data, right? Because right now it's refreshing and you see now I have data. So now I'm starting to get some, my jitter went really high right there. My speed went back up, but right here, my speed went down, and my up, and my ping went way high, right? So I don't know, it's kind of fun, right? To kind of see that. And I think like we could modify it to look like this if we really wanted to. Like I think you can modify how these things look. Like you see, mine are so far different. Like my download speeds and my upload speeds are way vastly different. I could also get rid of the upload speed because that's really not the one I'm worried about. I'm worried about, you know, how quickly can I communicate? All right. Cool. 5:15. I do have to teach a class in about 45 minutes. I hope that you found some value out of today. I didn't do the whole, we'll do another, you know, what did you get out of today? We'll do that in the morning again. But I hope that you kind of see like this. This was a really fun project. I'm liking this project. And we've touched on all
so many different things that it went over. I mean,
yeah, crazy
that make like Linux practical now too.
Yeah. Plus, if you think about it, like what student's not going to be interested in this data? If they're a computer person, right? And they're worried about upload speeds or download speeds when they're playing a video game, like boom. Right? Your ping, like if you have a monitor on your ping, right? You're like, that's a big deal. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. So yeah, we'll do this again in the morning. Have a nice evening. Enjoy.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll finish it up in the morning and we'll get on to the next project.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Have a good night.
Enjoy.